everybody, we're getting ready to play the last song. You know the drill, especially on this one. Hot everybody. Go grab your snacks, go to the bathroom, do what you gotta do. After this song, we're gonna get started.
I got the cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gonna live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad, I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad, doing no cap. Only God wants you, better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad, yeah. Baby, I'm bad.
I just wanna stay bad, stay mad. Shit on my shoulder cause they treat me like an outcast. I ain't gonna take that, stay back. I'll be swinging hard till the hits come in all caps. I ain't gonna lay back, pray that someone's gonna help me. Ain't nobody like that. I ain't gonna wait, that's all fact. Give me one shot and I'll never get the throne back. I'm sick of being cautious, I'ma go cause something, can't stop this. I'ma steal everybody's lane, call it shoplift. Sick of hearing everyone complain when they thoughtless. Taste the pain, it's like candy canes. It makes me go change into a better frame, into a better name. Society's insane, we all live for fame, yeah. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gonna live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad, I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad, do it no cap. Only God wants you, better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad, baby, I'm bad. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gonna live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad, I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad, do it no cap. Only God wants you, better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad, baby, I'm bad. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gonna live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad, I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad, do it no cap. Only God wants you, better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad, baby, I'm bad. I won't obey. You cannot tell me what I cannot say. I'm here to last, so yeah, I'm here to stay. I'll live each second like my final day. You can't take that away. Yeah. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gonna live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad, I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad, do it no cap. Only God wants you, better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad, baby, I'm bad. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gonna live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad, I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad, do it no cap. Only God wants you, better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad, baby, I'm bad. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Born a rock star in this life, gonna live it up on the attack. Baby, I'm bad, I just wanna get caught up in this life. I'm crazy, I'm mad, do it no cap. Only God wants you, better go live it up. Cash in the bag, stadium packed. Baby, I'm bad, baby, I'm bad.
What's up, everybody? How are y'all doing? I'm gonna verbally say the warning, but I already have it pinned. I'm not gonna have my mods do it over and over again, because when it boils down to it, we're all grown folks anyway. If you get easily triggered, leave. Don't watch this. Yeah. Okay. I found more interesting stuff on MrGirl, so it looks like there's definitely going to be more than one stream about him. This isn't going to be a fun live at all. Alright? This isn't going to be, y'all going to see a different Xylie with this one. Alright? I don't know how else to explain it. I'm not yelling, screaming, cussing Xylie. I'm disturbed. And I'm not pissed. There's a high level of concern with me with this. like a higher level than I ever have been, to be honest. What's up, Paige? I wish I had some fried chicken today. I love me some fried chicken. But yeah. So if you easily get triggered, don't watch this. You don't want to watch this. And I've already got the warning. I got the warning pinned, so when people first walk in, they're going to see it. So I don't know if we're going to get, because he has a very devout following, so I don't know if they're going to come in here trolling. I don't know what's going to go on. I don't give a shit. I got some of the best trolls in the world as my mods. So, and I got some of the best trolls in the world in my chat. So, I mean, we're good. You know. So, all right, at least I know to put a timestamp there where I lit my cigarette. All right. So, I want to start this discussion. All right, so what we're going to look at today, we're going to look at, all right, the video is taken down by YouTube, but several people have reacted to it. Here, we're going to do it like this. What's up, Tipster? I'm going to give y'all democracy, all right? The first time ever on this channel, I'm going to give y'all a choice. All right? Hold on. All right. 3 people that I have watched has done a reaction to the video. Nicholas Diorio, well, Edwin's generation and Nicholas Diorio's, it was a good one in the sense of, I think it shows the problem with MrGirl and why too many people aren't calling him out. And I think, Papa Guts was good because Papa Guts said a lot of what I was feeling. And then there's Destiny, where Destiny doesn't say much in it, so it's almost like doing the original video, except for you see him taking notes, and then he stops and talks to his chat a little bit, but he says the least. All right? So as I'm talking about MrGirl and how I feel or whatever, we'll let this poll run, and y'all choose which one y'all want to watch. All right? I have the original video downloaded. I have it downloaded for anyone who wants to make a video on that video. And I can give them that video. I had a feeling it was going to go down. I didn't think it was going to be YouTube taking it down. I figured it might have been him taking it down. But it ended up becoming YouTube taking it down. I think it got mass flagged, to be honest. I have to be very honest with y'all. I think MrGirl's hiding in plain sight. I asked about anywhere between 6 to 8 people in different communities, and they're all creators, and they're from creators from different communities, to watch the video, and I wanted them to answer this question. 1, do you think it was real? Or 2, 1, do you think it was real? And 2, how did you feel about the video? Well, every single person said the video was disturbing as shit. All right? Every single one. I will say that about half of them thought that was fake, and she was in on it. Okay? And I get that. I understand that. And then some people just flip the fuck out and going, what the hell? Here is my thing. MrGirl's videos, you can see he has a purpose with the camera. Even when he's being creepy and talking to people and he's sitting on his bed, right? You'll see him sitting on his bed, and the way the camera is angled, it's purposeful. You see his lap. You see him with no shirt on and shorts. It's purposeful. Everything he does is purposeful. And I think the reason why I think because he is so purposeful, people think that he's trolling. I can't blame people for thinking that he's trolling. You know what I'm saying? I can't blame people for thinking that he's trolling. I can't blame him for that. And I understand a lot of people don't want to touch it because they think he's trolling. You know, what happens if they turn around and made a big deal about something and come find out he was fucking around anyway? Well, the way I look at it, it's a win-win situation, okay? Either it's going to come out with hard proof that he is the degen I think he is, or, and honestly, it's plus, his messaging is fucked up anyway. So either way, it's a win-win situation for me. I think he's an absolute degen. I think his messaging, this whole thing that people have, like his followers, oh, he's trying to, you know, make people explore the dark side of themselves. Look, I am 46 years old. I have, up until this point, lived most of my life offline versus online. And y'all know I haven't been online that long because I didn't know that one song that Patrice Wilson and that girl put out. I didn't know nothing about that song. People were like, how long have you been on the internet? Not as long as you, apparently. Okay? I have seen people like MrGirl. I have interacted with people like MrGirl. I have talked to people like MrGirl. I have literally firsthand dealt with people like him. And I get this guttural gut feeling about him. Because I have lived most of my life touching grass. This whole pseudo-intellectual internet bullshit don't fly with me. Because I'm going to make it known right now. There is no way that he would make it around me and my IRL friends talking like that. The people I know in real life, he wouldn't be talking about women and children that way. It wouldn't fly. And that whole talking in circles and arguing in circles and coming up with these pseudo-intellectual hypotheses and shit like that, nah, that wouldn't fly. It wouldn't last 5 minutes. There would be checks and balances like we talked about last night. Period. I think he's hiding in plain sight on the internet, and that is my feeling. And I will not. I'm not sitting on a mountain with a flag. I mean, I'm not sitting on a hill with a flag. I'm on a motherfucking mountain with this shit, and I'm yodeling. Okay, because that's how I feel about it. Diego, Destiny went too easy on MrGirl. I think so. Papa Gut will be okay. Destiny went too easy on MrGirl. Here's the thing about Destiny. Destiny tried to give him outs. MrGirl didn't take it. Did you notice how disappointed MrGirl was at the end of their conversation? If you watched it, at the end of their conversation, he was almost groveling like, Dad, please approve me. Destiny knows what he's doing, but Destiny isn't going to say anything because Destiny needs proof. My thing is MrGirl is putting the truth out there. It's just you got to see past the pseudo-intellectual internet bullshit, and you got to see past the camera angles. That's how I feel. I mean, period. There was this one conversation Papa Gut had with a oh my God, Brittany. Her name is Brittany. And they were talking about MrGirl, and she had said something about his girlfriend at one time said she was non-binary, and he told her, no, you're not. Because remember, MrGirl doesn't like labels. No, you're not. You're a woman. And I just so happened to run across that video today. So that's going to be for another time. That's going to be another compilation that I'm going to have to do. I just want to do the react to this video tonight. What's bothering me the most about MrGirl is I feel like the right people aren't talking about it. Unfortunately. I feel like more people need to talk about this. And I think a lot of them are scared to because they think he's trolling or they think he's being overly dramatic, which I get. I understand them thinking that. I get it. But the messaging is still bad. And I feel like I can't be quiet about it anymore. And I feel like a grown-ass woman needs to step in the arena. And I guess I'm going to have to be that grown-ass woman. I have no problems being that grown-ass woman. It is what it is. Oh, Paige. Me and you need to have a conversation, girl. Me and you need to have a conversation. You'll get a good glimpse of it tonight. Paige. Remember the guy who got in... Okay, remember the guy that everybody called out for his cuties review saying the girls were hot? Do you remember that story, Paige? Because if you do, that's MrGirl. He's the one that said the girls in cuties were hot. And he got a lot of flack for it. I mean, videos everywhere. That's MrGirl. That is MrGirl. Which that has been covered so much, I'm not even... It's just like, hey, it happened. Okay? Because that's been covered. Yes, Paige Christie. Yes. All right. So what happened is he ended up going on Twitch. He ended up talking to Vosh. Vosh ends up kicking him out because he started talking about like 12-year-old's panties or something. And Vosh kicked him out of the conversation. So Destiny, being the petty bitch that he can be, I mean, let's be honest, Destiny can be petty as fuck. Destiny turned around and interviewed MrGirl. All right. MrGirl gets big on Twitch. Not like huge, but, you know, nice following on Twitch. And then he ended up, and he befriends Stardust, who, you know who Stardust is. And if you're one of my members, you know I don't like her because of the video. And, when he got banned off of Twitch, Stardust wrote a love letter to Twitch about him. That's MrGirl. I'll get into the Stardust later. I'm not going to touch it today because there's going to be many other streams about MrGirl. I will not become a MrGirl hate channel though. We'll still be doing regular scheduled program as well. But yeah, that's MrGirl. Yeah, he really is killer. Destiny is petty McSketty. I'm telling you. Destiny's petty as hell. Thank you, Rigby. So, which one did y'all vote on? Alright, y'all want to watch the Papa Gut one. Alright. End poll. Alright, so let me pull it up. Well, I have different theories. I have different theories about him. I don't know which. I haven't. All I know is he's a fucking degen. All right. I know that. I know that in my heart. He's a degen. Do I have actual physical proof? No. The only thing I do have is what he does here. All right. Hold on. Let it load so I can pause it.
Because you have a way.
All right. Now it's Papa Gut, so it's going to be like in the bottom half of the screen. Well, you know what? What I could do is... Oh, not my frame. Hold on. Display capture. There we go. That's what I want. So y'all can actually see the video. And just know Papa Gut's going to be talking on... Give me a second. Fucking piece of shit. And then we'll hide that part. Because the way Papa Gut does his streams, it's, you see like a huge screen of a fucking video game. So, I'd rather y'all watch the video. Let me bring it in some. At least where it takes, okay, calm down, computer. All right, that should be good enough right there. Alright. So, the video is called You're My Real Doll Review Excerpt. Alright, that was the name of the video. It's got taken down by YouTube because, I think it was because it was mass flag. Because people got pissed off. Now, MrGirl being the clout chaser supreme that he is, he's been begging for people to push him on that video. He's been begging people on Twitter. Or he did right after it dropped. His girlfriend even made merch. It's kind of gross. So. Alright, so let's get started.
And we watched the MrGirl video. Yeah, we're about to watch it right now. That's what we're doing right now. Alright. So somebody had sent me this video the other day, and we were reviewing another segment. And they just kept spamming sending it to me while I was doing another segment. It went over.
All right, you're talking too much, Pop Gut. And why are you
video about MrGirl? To be absolutely honest with you, man, not a big fan. From a lot of the things that I've seen about this person, I don't think that they're a very good person. And watch this video.
All right, there we go.
You're My Real Doll review. Let's get this going.
You put on makeup.
Yeah.
I don't like makeup.
I know.
So you see in the beginning of this video, he's already like confrontational, right? At this point, a lot of people think there's a part where an orange, he goes to eat an orange. Everybody thought it was funny up until then. It's after the orange is when it gets disturbing.
Why do you do this?
I don't.
I also think that this whole like ridiculous aspect of like trying to make it seem like there's some kind of level of artistic nature to it is just like so stupid.
And that's how he gets away with what he gets away with. What Papa Gut just said, That's, in my heart, that's how I feel like he gets away with what he gets away with. Because he does it so artistic and his camera work is good and everything, people think he's not being real.
Like somehow he thinks that like the abuse that he you know, I guess propagates in his life is somehow like quirky and fun to some
Yep.
extent. I don't know. Like it's
Exactly.
artistic. Like this is, I don't know. The fact that you're not ashamed of these type of behavior and it doesn't seem to change, just it screams a red flag to me.
Yes.
Like how sad I look all the time.
You're gonna get nice and perky for the video.
Mhm.
You think that's what people don't like about you in my videos? That you're just too sad? You think that's why people criticize me? Because you're so sad that they feel like...
I think it's part of it.
I mean, even this it feels abusive to me. Like people don't like you because you're too sad, but you're open about how you continue to verbally abuse them. So like you're obviously the problem. Jesus Christ, this guy's such a piece of shit.
And what Papa Gut is talking about here, you really see it past the orange in the video. And believe me, you'll know what I mean about the orange because it will get on your fucking nerves. Your ears are about to get their asses kicked when it comes to the orange. It's gross.
And I think, especially people who knew me before I met you, I think I wore a lot of makeup to hide that.
I know they think that you're sad because of me.
Right.
Oh boy.
Psychotic.
I'm gonna lose this here.
Michelson, that's his girlfriend. This is MrGirl talking to his girlfriend, telling her that she is his real doll. A real doll is a sex doll. And it gets disturbing after he finishes his orange. I'm telling you.
It's alright, I don't really like this anyway.
They don't understand how happy I make you.
Right.
Yeah, I'm sure she looks
They don't understand me. No one fucking understands me.
Okay, so you've been pretty upset with me for the last few days.
Okay.
Because I said that you were my sex doll.
Right.
You want to talk? You want to tell people what happened?
Okay, mind you, you can see right here, that's the sex doll. This sex doll, he sent out for a promotion. He has made a video as a review of that sex doll on Pornhub. He reviewed the sex doll on Pornhub. Okay? So that's what that is right there. That's the sex doll. Gets worse. Which, by the way, anybody who has a sex doll, I don't have a problem with you having a sex doll. Do you do what you gotta do? I don't even care if you're married to somebody and you have a sex doll. I don't care. That's not the issue. All right? The issue is not the sex doll itself. All right? I want to make that very clear. I don't want anybody thinking I'm kink shaming anyone. Nah. Do you, boo? Whatever makes you happy, I don't give a shit. As long as you're not hurting others. But we're going to see in the video.
Well, I think what happened was that you leapt into bed with me, gave me a little cuddle, and then said, you're my real sex doll.
That's a damn good question, Advent. What the fuck, dude? Why isn't the internet tearing this asshole apart? Great question. That's a really good question. And like I said, I have a source. I'm not naming that source yet because I don't know if that source wants to be named. But they have some other stuff that I'm going to be collabing with them to put out on my platform. So it's going to be a lot because I'm done. I'm done with this dude. I'm done. Somebody's got to say something, and if my little 4,000 subscriber channel got to do it, I'll do it. And then when everything comes out, they're going to be like, well, that bitch caught it.
I wonder why
And
that
I was
upsets
like,
her.
no. And you were like, yes, you are. And I was like, well, no, I don't like that you're saying that. It's freaking me out. I think, I think that
It's interesting because like when I objectify my wife, she actually likes it a lot. That's just what she likes. She like enjoys it. I mean, she knows I respect her, so there's probably a difference there. Because it seems like from what he doesn't seem like the kind of person that respects his partner, especially if he's open about being continuously, you know, verbally abusive and says that like, oh well, they consent to it, which is incredible. So maybe that's part of it.
that you may have done this in response
And that's fine. If your partner likes to be objectified, and that's a thing that y'all know, that's a boundary that y'all have, and everyone is consensual and everybody's happy with it, there's nothing wrong with that. Whereas if you are not like that and you don't like that, well then if you love someone, you stop. If you know it makes someone uncomfortable that you love, you stop.
to me saying I was a little bit like anxious and needed
I know the orange fucks with me too. Believe me, it's not the whole video, I promise.
some reassurance about the sex doll. Is that true? Or was
Yeah.
I just thinking that?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, I think I was thinking that, and I may have said it.
Well, I don't remember.
I don't like that though, because because I think although yes, because we're in a monogamous relationship, technically I am the only possible real sex doll. The implication is that I don't get to have any boundaries or set any limits,
You know
which
what you know what it is?
makes me freak out. What?
It's not that you don't get to have any limits. It's that there's a limit to your limits.
Well, yeah. Come here, bud.
You,
I wish my husband would say that to me. I wish he would. I wish he would. In the context of what he's saying and what he's talking about, I wish he would.
you have to have sex with me.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually.
I mean, just that the whole orange thing, it's obviously very intentional. It's supposed to be some kind of like stupid artistic choice.
It's made to make you feel uncomfortable. Yes, it is an artsy thing. It is intentional. That orange is fucking intentional. Because one thing you'll notice in this video too, the volume goes up. At one point when he's chewing on that orange, the volume goes up so you can hear it. It is very intentional.
I mean, like the obvious here is like she doesn't have to have sex with him, but generally in like a relationship, like the only person you can have sex with is your partner. So I think that's what. Well, I mean, if I'm being charitable, that's what he's trying to say. But
Well, I think so, but is that true? You would just break up with me if I said we couldn't have sex anymore?
It's not that I would just break up with you. I just think our relationship would either change to a platonic relationship, in which case it would no longer be our relationship, or it would fall apart somehow. But one way or the other, in order to keep our relationship,
So sex is essential.
yeah, that's
in
true.
order to keep our relationship as a romantic relationship, you have to have sex with me. Especially, I really don't, if I'm not allowed to have sex with anybody else.
Okay. The way he puts that, like, you could have put it in better words. Because I understand in people's relationships, sex is important. Like, in the sense of, like, bonding with your partner, etc., etc. You could put that in better words. And the way that he put it, it was fucking horrible to me. Yes, the underlying message is just horrible.
You can't just make me never have sex.
Right.
Sure.
So you have to have sex with me. So you can have boundaries to a point. You can say no for a certain number of times.
That's the question, Advent. Is this real or is this scripted? That's the question. That is the whole question, Advent. Some people think it's scripted. Some people, like me, thinks it's real. Now, Nicholas Diorio came up with a good point. He thinks Up Into the Orange was scripted, but then it went off script after that. So he's thinking that it started out as scripted, but then it turned real. At least that's what it looks like. Because I agree with him. If this isn't real, then these two motherfuckers are the best actors on planet Earth.
Okay.
Yeah, but
You have to get me off.
yeah, and that's fine. But
No, you have to.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah, see, this is like the annoying thing. Like, I just the content is just like so grotesque. It's so annoying. It's like the
Yes.
most childish, like fucking
Yes.
unintelligent content ever. He literally creates content and he talks about these topics that you could say are fairly nuanced, but he just does his best to make it as uncomfortable and awkward and like literally rapey as possible.
Amen. Say it louder, Papa Gut.
It's just like it's so tired. It's so boring. It's also kind of pathetic, and it's also very clear that like you don't respect your partner. All right, the fact that you're calling her a sex doll and she's taking it so personally just signals to me that you're just like disrespectful to your partner constantly, you're, like a worthless piece of shit. Which is already kind of we already know is true. What was the point of this video? To like stylize how like toxic you are? I don't really understand. Why is this like content to you? I really just don't get it. I just don't get it. I don't understand what's the big draw to just being a dumb fuck. I really don't get it.
But I just think that the implication of it is scary.
What's that?
Well, sex dolls get raped. They don't have any choice. They have no autonomy.
That's what I'm
They
saying.
just
is
lie
that-
there.
Okay. I prefer it when you just lie there.
Now, again, I'm not going to kink shame anybody. Okay? I am not going to kink shame anybody. If you have that kink and you want that and your partner is like okay with it and y'all do your thing and everybody is mutually happy with it, go for it. Who am I to tell you what to do in the privacy of your own home? Or, you know, if you got a public thing, that's fine too. But I'm not going to tell two consensual adults what to do with their sex life. I'm not doing it, okay? Do you, boo? But this is where the conversation turned. Now, he just told her, I want you to just lay there.
And I think what I've discovered through this sex doll thing, I thought this was
Kitty Bass, I'm gonna be honest with you. This isn't edgelord shit. This is beyond edgelord shit. This isn't edgelord shit. This is beyond. Like, way beyond.
And I think what I've discovered through this sex doll thing, I thought this was great. Because I know you get upset when I tell you to just lie there.
Sort of. Yes and no.
No. You get upset when I say just lie face down and don't move. You get upset.
Sort of. Yes and no.
What do you mean yes and no?
I mean, it's upsetting on the one hand. On the
Okay.
other hand...
I'm talking about the hand that it's upsetting on.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, notice she was trying to explain and he stopped her. He stopped her from explaining what she was talking about. He's like, I don't give a fuck about the rest. I'm talking about the part that bothers you.
Can I just talk
Go
without
ahead.
you trying to control what I'm saying?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Can you
How was she controlling? She was literally having a conversation with you. Somebody explain to me how she was controlling. That makes no damn sense.
not say go ahead? Can you just shut up and just let me
Yeah, see this one talk.
I wish you would. I wish you would.
Talking about like this weird like controlling situation. I really don't know why that she stays with him at this point. Jesus Christ, I'm like not paying enough attention. Okay.
Even that is just annoying. I would just like to speak, and then when I'm done, then you can speak. Yeah, go ahead. Okay. I thought
I don't understand the creation of this video. I really don't understand there is a level of like pride in being like an abusive person. I don't get it. I really don't understand it. Right? Obviously you shouldn't be abusive, right? And hiding it is bad, right? But the fact that you're proud of it enough to put it on a video, it's like, yeah, this is just me. I'm a piece of shit who is like so controlling over my partner. Ha, it's like really funny. This is something like he's proud of it. Like that's what it comes down to. There's a pride in it. It's just like, what a loser. It's just so fucking stupid.
well, since you get upset when I tell you to just lie there and not move, and a doll's going to do that anyway, it would be interesting to see what it's like for me to just fuck the doll. Because the doll always does what I want it to do. And, because I don't like it when you move when we're having sex. I don't like it, the part that's for me. Like if I'm like, I just want what I want to fuck you. I'm not picturing you being like, oh yeah, me. I just want you to not move, and I want you to lie there face down and be quiet and be still. So I was thinking maybe the doll will make you jealous, and then you'll want to do that more, or maybe it'll be an outlet for me. I think whatever.
So
That's so fucking juvenile. Oh, she's made merch off of this for them. Adrian, to him, from what he's saying, that's enjoyable for him. No, he's using two different cameras. Okay, Michelson, this is a conversation between him and his girlfriend, and they're literally, he's using two different cameras. One that's recording him, one that's recording her.
what? Wait, so is he saying that part of the reason he bought the doll is to make her jealous of him having sex with the doll? Listen, you're allowed to, you know, do you. If you want to sleep with somebody and you don't want them to interact, like, fine. Like, that's your prerogative. But it's so weird that you bought the doll to try to an extent, make her jealous, or as an outlet, which at the outlet, it's fine. But, like, to make her jealous of a doll,
That's the real, the sex doll is behind him.
What?
I've realized with my sickening sexual experiences with the doll is that it doesn't really mean anything if the doll's lying still. It's not letting me have my way with it. It's not letting me, it's not doing anything for me. When you, we've talked about this before. I know it's for me when you are just not doing anything. When you're not moaning, you're not like, oh, I know it's for me when you're not making it about yourself. And you have a tendency to make lots of things about yourself. I have a tendency to be very sensitive. If something's 89% for me, but 11% for you, I feel like it's just for you. Because you have...
That's some juvenile shit. That is some juvenile shit.
Wow, just the language here is like very manipulative and abusive, like a manipulative. Okay, so this is what's bothering.
When you're not making it about yourself.
So he's talking about how he doesn't like her moaning because it makes it about herself too much, and he's trying to like put this, like, assert that she's being, that it's about her and that it's selfish for her. And then he goes on to say if something is 89% for him and 11% for someone else, it's still too much for them. So like he's the selfish person.
Yes, because everything has to be about him. He's like that when he debates people too. And one thing I noticed about MrGirl, when he gets pissed off, you start seeing the MrGirl. When you don't let him start doing the circle argument, you start seeing the real MrGirl because he gets mad. Because he always has to be in control. And this is with any debate that he is in. It's ridiculous. He doesn't like direct questions. Oh, Paige, it gets worse. Oh, girl, it gets worse. Just hold on to your seatbelt, y'all.
Trying to make the argument that she's selfish.
Yep.
I mean, Jesus Christ.
Percent for me, but 11% for you. I feel like it's just for you because you have a way of work. You fit 90% into that 11%. You have a way of really making that undermine the rest of it.
The math ain't mathin'. The math ain't mathin' with what he's saying. The math ain't mathin'.
And then when it's not for you, you get upset. And then I know it's for me. And so I realized the doll, you said...
Killer Miller, I could give two shits whether he's watching or not. I don't care. He can watch all he wants. I'm still going to say what I... Look, I said what I said. And I'm going to continue to say what I say. I don't care if he's watching or not. I have no idea. I don't care if he does. I don't care. Because I'm over it. I, in good faith, cannot not say anything anymore. I can't do it. I cannot sit here and be silent about him anymore. You know how when you get a gut instinct and you just have in the middle of your torso, you have that knot where you have to say something. That's how I felt when I watched this original video. I had to say something. I'm tired of sitting back and not saying anything about this motherfucker anymore. I can't do it anymore.
So the doll's gonna cuck you, but the doll's cucking me. I'm taking that slave owner part of me, and I'm just taking it out on the doll, leaving you in the clear. I want an agreement where you will regularly lie still for me.
I see. So it's an act of service.
I don't give a fuck what you call it. The more you talk, the more you ruin it. Because you're going to say, oh, I like doing active service. It's his love language. Okay, well, I can see how... Just shut the fuck up.
Xylie, you said I have the unedited video. Can you send it my way? Yes, ma'am. I will send it your way. Yeah, this is I wish you would tell me to shut the fuck up when we're sitting there talking about when you're asking me to do something that I obviously am not comfortable with. I wish you would sit there and tell me to shut the fuck up. Wrong bitch.
I just want you to shut up and lie still. I don't want you to talk about it. I don't want to hear the mental gymnastics that you go through to try to absorb it into your nexus of manipulation. I just want you to lie down.
Bro, what nexus of...
Tipster, shut up. Yeah, right? Exactly.
manipulation? She literally... So we're at a point now...
And Gigi Evans, no, I haven't yet. I'm still deciding. I'm still gonna watch it, Gigi. But my problem is that guy is a clout chaser too. I saw him on his Twitter after he dropped that video, and I'm gonna be honest. I'm still gonna watch it, you know, because I might be able to get some leads off that video. But he's a little clout chasey too. So, and I have a tendency to not trust clout chasey people. But I'm still going to watch it though. I haven't watched it yet, but I'm still going to. Because I heard that there were some really good parts in that video.
Now where she literally can't even say like, oh yeah, like, you know what, I like servicing my partner, and if that's what gets you off, I like it. No, he can't even handle that because he legitimately wants to... Like, listen, everybody has their kinks, and there are CNC kinks, like consensual non-consent kinks. This doesn't really read as that to me. This reads as doing as much as possible to actually try to physically engage in raping somebody. Obviously it's still consensual, but like it's really bizarre, and it's also every single time. I mean,
face down and be very still and very quiet until I'm done. And I want you to do this on a regular basis.
What does that mean?
Once every 2 weeks. To start.
Well, that doesn't seem that bad.
Okay, once a week.
so MrGirl has very dry humor. It's hard to tell when he's being serious. I'm like kind of tired of like the oh it's just a joke kind of a thing because
Thank you. Me too. I am so sick of hearing it's just a fucking joke. I am done with it. I'm done. I am done with the argument that it's all a joke. Because when it boils down to it, even if he isn't being real, you are showing people that it's okay to talk to your loved one that way. You are literally showing people that it is okay to talk to your loved one that way. Nah, dog, that's not how we do it here in the real world. That's not how we do it here in the real world. I'm sorry.
Single time someone's like, oh, are you just kidding? He's like, no, I'm being serious. At this point, like, who cares? What was that you just said? I'm pretty sure he's being serious. Like, he is. Like, listen, he's like the artistic type. I've known people like this. Like, they think that they're very special individuals. And
And they think they're smarter than everybody else. And they think, well, nobody gets me. I'm telling you, he plays on that with everybody. He plays on that with everybody.
they think that their life is like very artistic. They think that they can draw meaning from almost everything in their life, even their abuse, and they somehow think that it's a vulnerability and that they're brave for doing it. When the reality is they're just an abusive piece of shit that's like really self-absorbed.
Exactly.
And they want people to understand that. Right, so every single time someone's like, "Oh my God, you're so real. You're such an honest person." He's not. He's manipulative,
and they say that about him. His fans say that about him. Oh well, he's just a react guy, or he makes people really think about their dark side. Yeah, you know what I think about his dark side? For the sake of my YouTube channel, I can't say it. I can't tell you. Listen. There is no crying at this point. There is no, I get loud, but I haven't really shouted yet, okay? Because I'm a loud bitch anyway, all right? But I can't tell you how I really feel about this dude. I can't. I don't want to get kicked off this platform. This dude, I'm telling you, I believe in my heart he's hiding in plain sight. He is showing people how he really is, but everybody is taking it like a fucking joke. And I believe this in my heart.
And he's happy that you dumb fucks are falling for it. That's what it comes down to.
2 weeks.
And that's the problem, Dizzy. Everybody thinks he is a troll. That's how he's getting away with it. Because everybody thinks he's a troll.
To start.
Let me mute those, sorry.
User Bunghole just resubscribed for 2 months. Didn't know bro was this toxic. Feel kinda sad for her.
Yeah, me too. 2 weeks
Oh,
to
it doesn't
start.
seem that bad.
Okay, once a week.
Well, that seems bad.
Good. Let's do that. Once every 2 weeks.
Well, you just said.
I was joking about increasing the frequency because you said it didn't seem that bad. See, I don't want to be thinking about your needs all the time.
I see. You
constantly-
don't want to care if it's that bad.
That's your job.
Right.
Yeah, I mean that's normal. Like, it's normal for occasionally partners to not want to care about the other person's needs. Sometimes it's totally fun. Like everybody engages in selfish sex sometimes. That's fun. And just the presentation of this feels a lot shittier and toxic.
Because it's not an open conversation. It's him having a conversation with her and her not being able to say how she really fucking feels. That's what this conversation is. He reminds me of Jimmy Savile. He hid in plain sight for years until he died. I don't play about this shit. Yeah, Paige, it's bad.
If you're like, oh, I don't want to get fucked in the ass, but you can do it every...
Scare the cat.
Oh, no. If you're like, oh, I don't want to get fucked in the ass, but you can do it every day. You can do it every day, but I don't want to. That's not my problem. I want fucking to be a lot more like jacking off. Sometimes.
Well, I know.
Okay, so once every 2 weeks?
I don't know. I want to think about this.
That's already more often than we have sex.
Yes, that's why I need to think about it.
Well, what can you do now? What can you commit to? Yeah,
I wonder why they only have sex that often. I wonder if
I don't wonder. I don't wonder at all. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't wonder at all.
it is because one of them has a low sex drive, or if it's because, well, maybe he's not really attracted to her because she's not somebody that he can constantly rape, or if he scares her or something. I don't really know.
Well, for sure once a month, I would say.
Starting when?
Now? I don't know.
Okay, so this is when it starts to turn.
Right now?
Have we technically had our thing for April yet, or we have to fit it in the
Right
next
now?
day? Huh?
Right now?
Well, sure. The question is, what months are we going by? The calendar month? Well, it's kind of important.
Not really, because it's April 29th. So it doesn't really matter.
Well, it does matter.
Jalen, you see how controlling you are?
No, it's fucking knowing what you're agreeing to.
How controlling you are, dude. Don't. Just stop.
That's not controlling the conversation. She's literally talking it through with you, but it's controlling the conversation.
Okay. All right.
If I'm supposed to agree to once a month, and or we need to fit one in real quick in the next day and a half, I think I should know that. You don't think so? Do you not get what I'm saying, or am I not getting what you're saying? I don't understand what's going on.
I get what you're saying.
So then why are you not responding?
Because it feels like you're being controlling, and it's upsetting.
Well,
it's interesting how he thinks that just because he feels a certain way that it's valid. Like, oh, it feels like you're being controlling. Okay, it says she's not being controlling. You have a very bizarre dynamic when it comes to...
Exactly, Indigo. It sounds like wanting clarification. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Like, are we starting technically this calendar month, or are we starting next month? Like, how are we doing this?
Negotiating sex. Like, it's really weird. It's very... like, I don't know. It seems too planned to me. Whatever. So she just wants to get the details down because you're forcing her to engage in sex that she finds incredibly displeasing. And you're being controlling about it. It's like, okay, you're quite literally being the controlling one.
I suppose so. Well, we can just wait to start it until next month then.
Okay.
Great.
Feels like you're being controlling. You're ruining it.
Well, this is the thing, is I'm not an actual sex doll.
Would you have agreed to doing it tonight and next month?
Probably not tonight, maybe tomorrow.
Okay, so what does it matter which way we choose? What does it matter how we count it?
Well, I have to know what it is.
Why?
Well, you can't just spring stuff like that on me. Maybe you want to, but
no, I didn't say I want to be able to do it whenever I say. We said once a month. That means I can't just do it whenever I say. But do you see, you're changing what we're agreeing to be something that you will fight and complain about, and now you're saying no to something I didn't ask.
Well, I think that in making an agreement...
I don't care. I don't care what you think. I want you to stop. I just want you to stop.
Well,
And there you have it. I don't care what you think. Well, that's obvious with this fucking conversation. Just saying.
I don't think we can make an agreement.
Why? You will agree to every version of the agreement. So all it's turning into, it's like if you're like, hey, shut up. It's like if you're like, hey, do you want to get pizza? And I'm like, well, which hand are you going to take the pizza out of the box with? This whole conversation.
And that's exactly how he debates also. He will come up with these strange ass fucking examples that make no fucking sense to what you're talking about.
It's just all about whether or not we are going to have sex tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay.
What's the problem with that?
And so what
this sounds like to me is that she just wants to get the detail down because she doesn't want to actually do this, but she's going to do it for him. So obviously it's consensual, but she doesn't want to do this. So it's like an emotional preparation for things. I feel like everybody's there where everybody kind of prepares to do a thing. And maybe this is just me exclusively, but for me, if I go out with my wife and we're like, oh, let's do this thing. For me, it's a little weird sometimes when we do something that's not scheduled. Sometimes it gets uncomfortable. I've prepared myself.
Okay, I don't care about that pop.
Golfing, and sometimes, but that's just kind of how it feels like. It's just oh, I want to have a plan, especially for something that she really doesn't want to do. Sometimes I have these really bizarre interactions where it's not even that I don't want to do a thing. It's just that I haven't prepared for the thing. I know that sounds so fucking stupid. And God bless my wife because she's so good about it too. She's like, oh, I get it. You didn't plan for it. You're not emotionally ready for it. Which means that when I do things more spontaneously, she's like, oh, this is cool. She likes it more because I'm stepping outside of a comfort zone. Now,
that's because you and your wife have a good relationship in which to me, when you're in a relationship with a person, you want to do those things that'll make them happy. You want to do those things that, that'll get them excited. You know what I mean? And if you're in a really good relationship, it happens on both sides. They do little things that make you happy, and you do little things that make them happy. Because think about it. Your partner is supposed to be your best friend. That's supposed to be the one person in the world that you can go to for anything. That's supposed to be your best friend.
I'm rambling, obviously, but you get what I'm saying. So that's all she's trying to do. Now, I don't know if this girl probably just doesn't understand this, but the fact that he doesn't understand this, he doesn't really care to understand this. I don't think that he really gives a shit about the people that he talks to or dates in any real capacity. So, like, why not just ask her the question? Like, why? Like, it's just she wants to be able to have, like, an understanding of this bizarre arrangement that you're setting up.
Turning this into by not just saying, like, yes, let's start on May 1st. Do you see how that would be actually you asserting what you want and asserting your version of it, but also would not make the entire conversation about you and your discomfort and your fucking complaining? Or you could have said, well, April's running out, so if we're doing this in April, that means once tomorrow and then once next month. But you're not saying that either. You're pretending that you're, like, waffling or something.
Why don't you? So this is what I find really interesting.
I hate him so much. I hate him so much. She wants consensual she wants not consensual non-consent, and he doesn't want any kind of consent. He wants her to be docile. Yes. Yeah, I would say so.
Interesting. Why don't you just set the agreement yourself and have her agree to it? Why does she need to control the entire? It's bizarre that you're being so ambiguous about it when you could be like, how about we do it once tomorrow and then at the end of every month? Let's just say that that's what it is. Why aren't you proposing the idea? Why do you keep, like, badgering her? Because it sounds like you're trying to give her the control just so that you can call her controlling.
Or that you're really concerned, and so you're like, well, I have a question. I really need to know this, Max. Which you do every fucking time there's anything that I'm in charge of. Every time we're filming something, you're like, hey, do you want me, should I wear this shirt? And I'm like, I don't fucking care what shirt you wear. Please.
Dude, this is...
Every time we're filming something, you're like, hey, do you want me, should I wear this shirt?
So it sounds like they regularly engage in this practice where she checks everything with him. Probably because he's very controlling. And then the second that she tries to do something for herself, he goes, oh my God, you're so controlling. It's like...
He is so... How do I put this? I think at one point in this I think it was this conversation that he told her that she emasculates him. I don't think she does that to him. I think he does it to himself up here. And he almost seems like a child that doesn't understand what sex is about. It's about mutual respect, mutual consent. And to me personally, and this is my own personal thought, y'all can say I'm wrong, I don't give a shit, that's fine. My own personal thought on consent, if it's under duress, it's not consent. If you're giving that consent because you are being pestered into it, and I'm talking about hardcore, not just, asking a few times, and you're being bullied into it, to me, that's not consent. So, I mean, Dubbo, you can say whatever you want. I don't care. You can say whatever you want, Dubbo. This ain't the, welcome to the chat. This is what I think about when Gabby Hanna says narcissistic abuser. Right?
Like a lose-lose game here. It truly is just a lose-lose game here.
And I'm like, I don't fucking care what shirt you wear. Please shut up and just sit in the chair. And you're like, fine. It's a control grab. It's a power grab.
What?
Come here, buddy.
Well, technically, if you're in a relationship, neither one of you are supposed to be in control anyway. It's supposed to be 50-50. Or I like to put it 100-100. We need to be on the same page. He won't even take her caring about him as respect. He thinks because he is a man that he has to be ready to take whatever she gets, whether or not it's valid. He thinks something.
Okay, well, let's start on May 1st then. And we will just do it by month.
Okay, so from May 1st. Okay, do you see what I'm saying about you being controlling?
Yes, I do.
What?
Now,
with what? Because she said let's do it on May 1st? This guy's a fucking...
It makes no fucking sense. You asked... How she is being controlling, I do not understand. I do not understand. She, not he. Okay, what did you say, Dizzy? Mr. Girl, not me girl. Not she. What, Dizzy? What are you talking about? Oh, in Dubbo's defense, she never said no. She did agree once a month. She's trying to do what he wants out of love. Oh yeah, it's very uncomfortable. His delivery still fucking sucks. His delivery is still fucking abusive. His delivery still shows his audience that it's okay to talk to a loved one that way. Well, let me fucking tell you something. It's not. Like I said, that shit wouldn't fly over here.
This guy's actually like a fucking idiot.
You see what I'm saying, or do you agree that that's happening?
I see what you're saying.
But you don't think that's happening?
It's not happening. You're fucking... Honestly, I genuinely wish I could ask this girl, why do you stay with him? Like, what is the draw? I don't understand, because it seems like he regularly is just incredibly abusive and manipulative. So I don't understand.
Ha, cat of judgment. Thank you for the $2.99. Get him, Xylie.
He told Destiny that he will never tell his kid that he loves him. Is that real?
Destiny even told him it sounded abusive as fuck. Destiny even told him that. And when he left that conversation with Destiny, because him and Destiny watched the video, then Destiny went into a conversation with MrGirl. Destiny even told him it sounded abusive. And he left that conversation like a whipped little kid. Are you mad at me? He was so upset on how Destiny viewed that video. Because you're finally showing your cards, and anyone with fucking eyes open can see it.
Okay. It's one of the, what's really interesting about this is that like a lot of people are like, oh, I think this is fake. I think it's fake. If it was fake, okay, maybe it is. I very highly doubt it. I've seen him say like, no, I'm being very serious. It's very interesting to me that they repeat that a lot of you guys are so quick to like want to brush it off because it's like really fucked up and you just don't want to like believe that this is a real thing.
Oh, down my
that's
shoulder.
that's what's being relayed to me. That's what I'm like picking up from people saying that. It's like, wow, this is really fucked up. This is probably satire. It's like, no, it's not.
And you know, surprisingly enough, a lot of people do believe it's satire, and a lot of people thought this was fake. But I'm sorry, I don't think this was fake. I don't. And if it was fake, guess what? You're both really good actors, one. And two, if this is fake, you're still sending out the wrong message. You're still sending out the wrong message. I mean, I can. It's a 2.5-hour conversation. Stephanie Collins for $10. I get a sense he's emasculating himself to beat her and the rest of society to the punch, I mean. MrGirl, after all.
Right. I think you can frame it as controlling. I don't agree with that characterization.
You don't agree with the decision to frame you as controlling?
Yeah, I don't either.
Well, I'm getting a bit frustrated because it feels like you...
All right, we can watch it.
Have misled me a bit here. You agreed, you told me that we were having an interview about the sex doll.
Yeah.
And you're like asking me to agree to a sex schedule, which we kind of already rejected and tried once.
Okay.
And I don't know.
So it's interesting that he classifies like a lot of like the way that she interacts as a power move. When that's a power move, that is like a literal power move. He's like, oh, let's do a video about the sex doll that I've been fucking. And then he tries to set up a sexual schedule that he's tried to do before and unsuccessfully. So, like, I don't understand. That's a literal power move. I mean, you're pulling the rug out from under your partner. I don't understand. I really just don't.
Because that's what creeps do. That's what abusers do. That's what they do. That's what they do.
Understand.
Just feels like I'm open to trying that again, but like, you're gonna put this in a video.
Why is he discussing it on camera? Because I think that he is abusive. I think he's narcissistic, and I also think that he thinks that he's very quirky. That's the thing.
He's not. He's a fucking creep. Amber Chick 499. I can't even enjoy trolling you tonight. This junk makes me sick. Thanks for covering it though. Thank you, Amber. I know it's one of those live streams like, ugh, can't have fun tonight.
Thing is that like he thinks that his life's very artistic, and he likes to assign this this label of like artistic nature coming from his content because it validates him. It makes him feel better as a person. It makes him feel like worthwhile, but he's not. He's a worthless person. This isn't artistic. It's just abusive, and people.
Dubbo, would you watch MrGirl reacting to his video and explaining his point of view? Absolutely fucking not, because I don't give a fuck what comes out of his mouth. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I have seen him talk about his video. I do not give a fuck about what he thinks. I have seen him talk about his video. I have seen him get mad when people press him. He is full of shit. I do not give a fuck. I said what I said. If I have to tattoo it on my forehead, I will. I said what I said. I said what I said. I am not open to a conversation with him. I am not opening, because what is he going to tell me? The same bullshit that he tried to tell Destiny? That bullshit he tried to pull off on Destiny? That was his explanation. Sir, sit your creepy ass down. No, sir. I said what I said. Then why not verify? I am verified. I can verify right through that conversation between him and Destiny. See, here's the thing, Dubbo. You act like I respect him. I do not respect him. Therefore, I do not give a fuck what he says. This is why I'm telling y'all this is a different situation than everybody else that I have covered on my channel. Because everybody else I have covered on my channel, I will have that conversation with them. I respect them enough to have a conversation with them. I don't respect him whatsoever. And all the other shit that I've seen on him, and I'm not just talking about the cutie shit. I'm talking about all the other shit. I don't respect him. There is no respect there. Not even a grain. Not even a grain of sand worth of respect for him. He can kiss my ass. Most of what he's accusing his girlfriend is subtle manipulation. And he's doing big manipulation. Oh, well, I mean, do you, Dubbo? I already have my mind made up. I have my mind made up. I don't need to be open to shit.
People don't really call it out because they, for the most part, they've tuned out after the whole pedophilic shit that he said about cuties. And then other people are like, wow, I appreciate your honesty, because those people are dumb. The people who think that that they appreciate his honesty, you're a dumb person. You know, listen, people can be abusive and change that if they actually want to change. People have anger problems. People have their own issues. He doesn't care. I don't know. He just doesn't care. Like, no, literally,
he doesn't. He doesn't give a fuck about anybody but his goddamn self. Oh, and he gives a fuck about Destiny because he literally praises Destiny for giving him his career. Because if it wasn't for Destiny, he wouldn't have got the platform that he got coming off of the cutie shit. If it wasn't for Destiny. If it wasn't for Stardust, he wouldn't have entered the community on YouTube. And now he has people fucking praising him. Artificial Feather says, what MrGirl is doing is actual old school real-time gaslighting, and the word is so overused we miss it when it's actually happened. I'm going to be honest. You know why I think a lot of people have missed it? I'm going to be for real with y'all. And you know what? Old school Xylie's coming out with this bullshit. You know why I think a lot of people are missing it? Because they haven't spent enough time in life outside. They have spent most of their lives behind a screen. They haven't met enough people in the real world who are like this to recognize it. They haven't lived enough life experience to notice someone like that when they see it. Now, I'm not age shaming anybody who's young or anything like that, but quite honestly, that's what I believe. I believe a lot of people aren't fucking recognizing it because they haven't lived enough fucking life yet to understand when they see someone like that. I'm going to be for real with you. Because he talks in that pseudo-intellectual fucking internet fucking jargon. Like I said, wouldn't fly here in the real world, I can tell you that right now. He wouldn't last 10 minutes in a conversation with people I know.
To me, this just reinforces like the, oh yeah, I don't hit my partners anymore because it doesn't get me what I want. It just gets them to say what they think I want to hear.
Yeah, because remember, he used to hit his partners. He has a whole video about that.
Like he doesn't make any moves for his partner. There's very clearly there's nothing that's like motivating to actually want to satisfy his partner in any capacity.
And I feel uncomfortable because I'm already in a very uncomfortable position of like not wanting people to fucking say our relationship is abusive. But you're like berating me about.
Actually, I don't agree with that, Gigi. I actually don't agree with that. I do not agree with that. I mean, but we can agree to disagree. The whole point is he's fucking here. Now, when it boils down to it, he's here. He's here.
Asking you a question about.
Very clearly, I mean, it very clearly is.
You asking me to agree to sex on a regular basis.
Unless this isn't an honest representation of their relationship.
And be a sex doll.
No, I'm not berating you about asking me a question.
I asked you a question, you're saying that I'm being too controlling, so it seems like.
Do you think that you.
I'm sorry, to blame for what? Oh. Alright, listen. Y'all start arguing in the comments. Y'all are gonna get booted because we don't do that here. Y'all can take that shit to Twitter if y'all start arguing. Go where the fighting happens on Twitter, not in my comment section. I'll debate you on it, Xylie. LOL, it'll be easy. Mr. Sen, if you think debating me would be easy for you, you don't know who I am, do you? I'm Xylie motherfucking Star. And when it comes to this subject, it wouldn't be easy. I promise you. I'm not playing tonight. I'm not being sarcastic tonight. I am thoroughly disturbed by this motherfucker. GG, I'm not arguing with you tonight. All right? Because you know what? I don't give a shit about Augie right now. I don't give a shit about Augie right now. Quite honestly, I don't give a shit about Stardust right now. We're talking about MrGirl and the messaging he is doing in this video. I give no fucks about anybody else except for this motherfucker and this video and all the other videos he has done and all the other fucking articles that he has written and everything else I've seen. That's what I give a fuck about. I'm not going to sit here and argue about Argy RFC. I'm not going to sit here and argue about Stardust. I give two fucks about them right now. What I give a fuck about is this abusive motherfucker having a fucking platform. That's what I give a fuck about right now. Now, if you want to argue with me about it, go argue somewhere else. Hit me in the DMs. I don't give a fuck. But right now, that's not what I'm talking about. Listen, I brought it up in the sense of that's how I felt like he came into it. But Mr. Sen, I'm not arguing with y'all about that. I'm talking about MrGirl. Do not derail my live anymore. Please. I'm asking you. I'm not arguing about that. Listen, y'all can feel how you want to feel. I feel the way I feel. Guess what? That's the way the world works. People are allowed to have different ideals on how something happened. But the end point is the motherfucker is here and he is literally hiding in plain sight. And to me, that's more of a problem than anything else. Thank you.
You can be too controlling by asking questions.
I do.
That's sort of a dumb fuck. That's just a oh my god. That's just a, like, yeah, this is what I'm talking about with how manipulative he is.
Controlling, so...
I'm not aberrating about asking me a question.
I asked you a question, you're saying that I'm being too controlling, so it seems like...
Do you think that you can be too controlling by asking questions?
So it's like a really dumb argument here. So he's removing the nuance intentionally. Anybody can be controlling by asking too many questions or asking questions. Yes, anybody can do that, fundamentally speaking. That doesn't mean that it always applies. I don't understand. This is what I'm talking about. It's like such like dumb fuck language. It doesn't really matter as long as he argues in a way where he gets what he wants. I mean, that's really what it boils down to.
I do, but you...
Okay, so the fact that it had a question mark at the end doesn't really determine whether it's controlling or not. Are we doing it monthly? Are we doing calendar month or every 30 days? That's not designed to actually get information out of me. It's just designed to put me in a new role.
Oh my god, you're such an idiot, dude. Like, I don't understand how having a conversation with someone and trying to get the details of this agreement that y'all have reached is being controlling. She's not being controlling in this conversation whatsoever. She's not. All she's doing is trying to clarify what the fuck he means. But all of a sudden, she's being controlling.
What?
Of putting soothing balm on your upset emotions. And what I don't want to do, I don't want to be in the role of rubbing balm on your emotion. I don't want to do that right now. I want you to do that for yourself, and I will do it for myself.
I don't want to do this. I am quitting the interview, and I do not want any of this to be in the fucking video.
Well, it's a good thing that they listen to that. Listen, I've done segments with my wife before. And after we've done whole segments, she's like, listen, I don't want you to put it up because it upsets her. Like, we talk about topics that are triggering to her, especially. And she's like, please, I don't want to talk. And I just don't do it.
Yes, Adrian. Very much so. Very much so, Adrian.
And I don't push afterwards because that's disrespectful, right? So what probably happened at some point, either in this interview or after, either one, he just said, I don't care, I'm going to put it up. Or two, afterwards, he just kept badgering her until she was like, okay, I'll put it up. That just shows a fundamental lack of respect for his partner.
100%. 100%. 100%. It's very much a lack of respect for his partner. For the simple fact that he even put it up when she didn't want part of the conversation. He should have never put it up. Period.
I mean, it's just like stupid.
Okay. Because I'm asking you about sex plans?
Well, because you're
because
being
you are
manipulative to her.
Shirking a role that you have agreed to take, I believe, throughout our relationship. Stop talking while I'm talking. You have agreed to a role in the past that is assumed you will continue to be in for this conversation as well if we're on camera together. And you can disagree with that. I don't care.
Every conversation we have on camera is me trying to get out of this role.
I don't care.
Well, do you agree with that?
No, I don't.
You don't think every conversation is me saying, like, no. Why can't you just say no or set your boundaries or just admit to what's happening instead of trying to get me to do it for you? I feel like every conversation we film ends up being about this exact topic of me not wanting to be in this role.
He is so gross. He is so fucking gross.
Yes.
The role of... I'm trying to understand. So he wants her to put herself in a role where she advocates for her boundaries better with him. But it doesn't seem like there's ever an end to it, right? So he's like, I want to have sex with you like you're a doll, once a month. And she's like, okay, when do you want to start? And then he has a fucking meltdown about it. He's like, oh no, that's for you to decide. Stop asking me these questions because you don't want an answer, like, right? So he's just berating her. Then she says, okay, we'll do it at the beginning of every month. And then he continues to berate her for being too controlling. He's just complaining about fucking everything.
GG Evans for 2. Wasn't trying to argue, Xylie. Send maybe. GG, thank you for the 2. And it's all good, dude. I'm not even mad about it. I'm not even mad about it. We're good. We're good. Thank you for the 2, GG. I appreciate it. Yes, Adrian. Small PP. Yes. That's it. Small PP energy coming from MrGirl. 100%.
There's no winning with this person.
Because he's a creep, Brenda.
I mean, it must be a fucking nightmare to date him. Truly. I truly don't understand.
I dated a motherfucker like him. I've dated a motherfucker like him. Oh yeah. It is a nightmare. It's absolutely a nightmare.
I genuinely wonder why she doesn't leave him, because this is a fucking insane relationship.
I don't want it to be a default.
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm saying you can't escape that because you have all the power, and I don't agree to it. And you are trying to say...
So we can't have a real
All right, Gigi, you have a good night.
conversation.
No, not one that's filmed. You are always in the position of control.
Yes.
Yes.
Right, and you won't let me actually be in control.
No, I'm saying that as the person in control, you also have to be the caretaker to some extent.
No.
Yes, I know. You're saying no.
Yes.
And I'm saying yes. We've
Okay.
already been over this.
Okay, so then...
Okay.
So now she's affirming the boundary. She's advocating for herself and affirming this boundary that you told her that she should set. So now what's your reaction?
So that's what I think is happening.
Yeah.
On top of that, you are...
And now he's getting
mad. He's getting mad.
He's getting very frustrated and uncomfortable, and he would probably hit her if it would get what he wants. But I don't think that he thinks it would get him what he wants, so he's not going to do it.
Okay, I'm not going to go as far as say that there is no proof of any physical abuse. However, he does have a video out in which he stated that he used to hit his partners. Okay. As a person who has been in an abusive relationship, I naturally, because I had been in a relationship like that, I was in a relationship like that for 6 years. I naturally, obviously don't trust people who used to do it. But there is no proof about any kind of physical abuse, so I'm not going to make a statement like that. Papa Gut made the statement about that, but there you go.
That's what's happening right now. Because I know what that look looks like. I do. I know what that look is.
Already kind of pushing my boundaries by asking me to do this.
I'm pushing your boundaries by asking you a question. By asking you for...
You just asserted that you can be like controlling or whatever by asking questions. So
yep.
Like it's fucking
something sexual. I'm pushing your boundaries.
No, what you're asking me to do sexually pushes my sexual boundaries.
No, asking you to do something doesn't push your boundaries.
You know, for somebody who's really smart, see, this is why I think he is real. He does and says some of the stupidest, oh my God, some of the dumbest, manipulating, mansplaining bullshit I have ever heard on the internet. I swear to God. I'm going to be honest with you, Brenda. My least of my concerns is him sitting there shirtless. My concern is how he is talking to her.
Okay, you can say whatever you want.
Yes, because you could just say no.
I understand.
I could ask you if I could drive a car up your ass, and you could say no or yes. It's not pushing your boundaries to ask you for something.
Okay, you're just not...
Well, it quite literally is pushing boundaries to ask somebody for something. It's like a dumb thing. In relationships, any relationship, people push boundaries all the time. You'll ask to push boundaries. That's how you respectfully push a boundary. Like, let's just say, for instance, you want to have anal sex with your partner, and she has established that she's not a big fan of it. And you say, like, hey, can we do this tonight? You're pushing a boundary. She can still consent to it, absolutely. But that's still pushing a boundary. That's what he's doing with her by asking her to have, like, lifeless sex with him. I just don't understand where this profound unintelligence comes from. He seems to just get incredibly fucking stupid the second that he doesn't get his way. He's like a fucking child.
Not listening.
What do you mean by pushing your boundaries? It's not pushing your boundaries to ask you for something sexual. That's not pushing.
You're not asking for something sexual. You're asking for something that's like been established as not like part of your sexual norm. Those are two very different things.
Jaden for $4.99. This guy is unhinged, and the fact that Destiny essentially elevated MrGirl is just terrifying and disgusts me. And here's the thing. Ultimately, Destiny gave him his career back. Basically. MrGirl recognizes that. I think Destiny is literally trying to still figure out whether he is for real or not. Again, I don't fault people who think he's not real. Okay? I don't fault people who think he's faking it. I don't fault people who thinks he's trolling. Because why in the fuck would somebody come out and say the shit that he says on the internet is fucking beyond me. It's beyond me why he says the shit that he says. So when he says that shit, people are thinking he's got to be trolling, because how in the fuck is somebody saying that shit out loud? That's why I'm saying he's hiding in plain sight. That's exactly why I'm saying he's hiding in plain sight.
What if I'm gonna win this round?
Me for something sexual on camera is pushing my boundaries. If I had known you were going to do that, I probably would have addressed that before we fucking got on camera, but I didn't know you were going to do that.
Boom. That's why, this is why I kind of agree with Nicholas Diorio on this, that it started scripted, but it changed. I think it started out as like maybe one of their normal videos. I haven't watched any of those videos yet, but I did find the one that I think has the thing where she used to be called non-binary and he said, no, you're a woman. I don't know. I haven't confirmed that yet. But I think it made a turn, and it made a turn around the orange part of the video. I think this took a turn. I don't think this video turned out the way it was supposed to.
You're saying I could just say no, but you don't actually understand, because the way that you operate is different from me. And also, the way that the camera affects me, the way that the crowd affects me is very different. I am not comfortable with that, and you don't care, and you are actively trying to get out of the role of giving a shit about that. And my answer to that is no.
It's not that I don't give a shit.
I understand that you're distinguishing it differently. To me, that is what it translates.
How many times did you say you didn't give a shit in this video? Are you serious?
I understand that, but it has to be somebody's responsibility.
That's fine. I understand.
Your sexual boundaries have to be somebody's responsibility.
Yes.
And you want them to be mine. And
when we are on camera,
and want them to be mine and not yours.
Yes, when we're on camera,
yes,
to some degree, you are also agreeing to look out for me. Yes, you are.
Looking out for you is different from being solely responsible for your boundaries.
Motherfucker, you're the ones controlling the camera. You're the one controlling the cameras. Excuse me. Okay? It is on your channel. You are her partner. It is your job to look out for her. Just like it is her job to look out for you as you being her partner. What happened to partners looking out for each other? But you literally put this shit online? How in the fuck are you looking out for her? But you want to know something funny, guys? He refuses to let her talk to anybody about it. He's protecting her from talking to anybody about it.
Responsible.
Well, then where were you?
It's very clearly part of her issue is the fact that she doesn't like being filmed and she gets very uncomfortable. Something that I understand. Again, my partner feels the same way. She's uncomfortable getting filmed. And so when we're filming, like for me, a lot of times of course, you're going to run damage control for her too. She's uncomfortable. So I talk to, I'll if I pick up on when my wife's getting upset, like I try to tone it down. I don't understand why these things are so difficult for him to grab. Well, they're not. He just doesn't care. Yeah, it's very manipulative.
What have you done for your own boundaries throughout this conversation?
This part.
Okay, so now you're here. Except you're ending the conversation. So again,
because you told
she was constantly trying to establish a boundary when you guys would have this type of sex the entire time. I don't know your argument.
This whole video is a gross mind fuck. This whole video is a gross mind fuck.
It doesn't exist.
Me, I could get the
Dubbo, I'm going to be kind of honest with you. If you can't grasp what most of the chat is saying and what I'm saying out of my mouth with what's wrong with this conversation, and even what Papa Gut is saying with what's wrong with this conversation, then I'm sorry, you're willfully not getting it. I'm sorry. You are willfully being ignorant. You are. You're willfully not listening. Yes, Adrian, just like Papa Gut said, he uses rapey language. I hate how he's acting like he's strengthening their boundaries with the sick mental gymnastic. He's so arrogant. Yes. No, Vodka, I figured it. Yeah, I get it. Vodka, I knew where the up went to. It's okay. I got you.
Fuck out?
Yes.
Right. So you threatened me.
I didn't.
And said if I want.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what, Dubbo, you got the wrong place to argue. I'm gonna tell you now. You got the wrong place to argue.
It's not, it's not threatening you to tell you don't have to talk to me. That's not a threat.
It is a threat.
What is the threat? What am I threatening to do?
It's emotionally cutting me off from a project you asked me to be part of because I had some boundaries with you or asked you to
you're
be
not,
in a role you have agreed to.
That's not how boundaries work. You're trying to force me to do something. That's not what a boundary is. A boundary is, hey, babe, I really want to be part of your project. I'm so flattered that you thought that filming this interview would be so nice for your project. But you know what? I don't want to negotiate sex plans with you on camera.
So...
But she didn't know that. She literally said that she didn't know that that's what you were going to do on camera. So how was she supposed to have the foreshadowing of, thank you for letting me be part of your project. I don't want to talk about our sex life on camera, when she didn't know that's what the fuck you were talking about. You manipulating motherfucker.
It's very interesting that he doesn't like the way she establishes boundaries. If he's like, hey, if she says like, I don't want to do this, it's very uncomfortable and you know that, that's not good enough for him. To him, she has to be incredibly nice and sensitive to his feelings about the project. Like, hey, babe, you're amazing, but this doesn't make me super comfortable. All right. To me, based on the way that he interacts, I doubt if it's even genuine. It's just a shift of the goalpost. It's always going to be something that she's not doing.
It's always going to be something wrong. There's going to always be something wrong. He debates the exact same way. That's how he debates when he debates with people. He always has to be right. He always has to be right.
Correctly. So it's just more like manipulative bullshit here.
So if that's required, I'm going to have to...
You know what, everybody? Let Dubbo just argue with himself and just ignore him or her. I don't know if it's a him or her, and I don't want to use the wrong pronoun, so just ignore them. Just ignore Dubbo. Just ignore them. Let them argue with themselves.
Leave the interview if that's the only thing that we can talk about. So was that your whole plan? Or can we talk about this later? You know, hi guys, we're going to talk about this later. But for right now, I really just want to talk to you about the doll or whatever else you were thinking. But I don't want to do this right now. That would be you setting a boundary. And then if I say, no, I really need to do this, or that's it, that's all I can do, then you would say, oh, well, okay, well then I guess I have to leave the interview. But it's not a threat for me to remind you that you don't have to do anything I tell you. It's not a threat. You're the one saying we have to do the interview.
Okay.
Jaden for $4.99. The people defending him are just as bad regardless. He's literally justifying attacking someone's consent with his bootleg Jedi mind tricks. He does use some bootleg Jedi mind tricks, doesn't he? It's horrible. Thank you for the $4.99.
And that we have to do it the way you want.
I understand. What? You're saying it. I don't think there is a way for you to have me on camera on your channel without doing that.
Okay.
Okay, well, if that's how it is, then I don't see what else there is to talk about.
Now she's welling up and starting to cry. And he's fucking laughing.
You're still trying to pressure me into doing what you want me to do.
Yes, I want you to do what I fucking said.
I need you to find a way to negotiate things with me that is not you trying to manipulate or pressure me into doing things that you want me to do. You've already defined this entire conversation as out of bounds, but you didn't mean that. Or you did mean it for a second, but now you've taken it back. And it's like all over I never know what I'm allowed to be doing or what I'm allowed to be saying, or if I'm allowed to be fucking raping you while you lie face down quietly, or if I'm not allowed to do it. And that's the whole point, is that every time we fuck, I don't know if I'm actually allowed to be fucking you. I don't know if I'm supposed to be fucking you.
What?
And I need to feel like I'm allowed to do it. I'm supposed to do it. You can cry. You've got some extra leather left over from your projects. Make yourself a little bit to bite down on, and you can fucking deal with it. I want to know that whatever you feel while I'm fucking you is your problem.
Do I have to say it? Do I have to say it? He does not give a fuck about anyone except for himself. Literally. Literally.
I know.
Okay.
Okay, now I understand exactly what's happening. So he wants to have sex with her in a way where she's not a human being, but he doesn't want to feel guilty for doing that. So he needs her to understand that that's her problem, and he needs her to give him a pass that he doesn't have to feel guilty. That's what he's trying to say.
Right, Organic? He's comfortable saying this, okay? Exactly.
I mean, I don't even know what to say at that point. I mean, so you're identifying and understanding that your partner effectively hates what we're talking about right now. But you need, like, permission? Like, you need permission to be abusive, basically. Okay.
And same with this conversation.
I don't want to make agreements about our sex life on camera.
Or off camera.
Or off camera.
Okay.
That's true.
Okay. So are you rescinding our agreement?
I rescind, well, I don't know. I
Right.
don't want...
You like having a semi-agreement. You don't even want to agree that we don't have an agreement. Do you see how that leaves me feeling like I don't know where I stand with you?
I do. I truly understand.
Do you know how pathetic?
I'm sure it's really fun. Stop! Stop.
Do you know how pathetic it is? No, I'm allowed to do this. This I'm allowed to do.
I swear to God. This dude. This dude. All right, we're almost done with this, and we'll watch the Destiny if y'all still want to afterwards.
Don't say you're not allowed. I just want you to...
Because I'm going to tell you what. The Destiny one shows some shit.
Stop.
I don't know if he's doing that to try to clear the air in the room to try to, like, make her smile, or if he's doing it to make her upset, because he established before that one of the reasons he got the doll in the first place was to make her jealous so that she might be more inclined to fuck him. So, like, you know, I don't even know what the meaning of that interaction is.
And you can't stop me.
I know.
Only Renee can stop me, and she
can't
move or talk.
I know.
Do you know how pathetic it makes me feel and emasculated?
Okay, it was here he said he was emasculated. Okay.
That I don't get to know if I'm allowed to be in this conversation, if I'm allowed to be making this movie, if I'm allowed to do anything except fuck this corpse.
Yes, I understand. I truly understand. You can clearly see, I think, that I want to provide this for you.
You have to. You have to.
Again, you didn't say no.
You have to.
I don't have to.
I need it.
I know.
I need you.
I know.
I need you.
But even just the way you're framing it makes it feel rapey.
It is.
Look, she even said it. And she's right. The way he's framing it feels rapey. Absolutely.
That's the problem with relationships.
Well, it sucks.
It sucks.
It sucks because I don't do this to you. I don't think.
That's funny. That's rich. I can be warm to you. If you can be vulnerable in a way that is not making me into the bad guy. But if you start throwing me under the bus, and you start making me out to be the abusive psycho, I am going to get very defensive.
Why? Because you already know you are? So basically, you're going to get really defensive and mad if she calls you out for what you really are.
Can we agree to that?
I don't know. I mean, the problem is that you are making me out to be an abusive psycho. I was not calling you out for anything. I was asking you for fucking clarification.
When things get more explicit,
it is abusive of you to do that.
No, it's not abusive for me to call you abusive, you fucking monster.
I mean, Jesus Christ. He really is. I really don't. I keep asking this question. I don't understand why she stays with him. I really don't get it. because he's very clearly like a worthless person. I don't really get it.
I'm asking you.
He's very clearly like the manipulator in this relationship, and he's effectively gaslit her into thinking that she's manipulative, which is a situation I've been in before. It's very interesting though, because like we get like an inside, you know, look at the interaction. So like we can all tell that he's very clearly the manipulator. In most relationships, this is something that happens in private.
Oh, but it's funny, Organic, a monster. She has made merch about this video, calling herself a monster, because she makes his merch. And she's made tweets talking about the white knights trying to defend me, can't even spell my name right, and stuff like that. Yeah. A demon. That's it. Demon. There you go, Pigeon. You're right. Yep. But you know what? When I was in my 6-year abusive relationship that I didn't want to be in, I felt trapped in, you know what I did? I had to fight grown-ass men. Because if I didn't fight those grown-ass men, and when I say fight, I don't mean arguing. I had to fight grown-ass men. Because if I didn't fight those grown-ass men, I was going to get fought on. You do some crazy shit when you're in a bad relationship. You do some crazy shit when you're in a bad relationship. So.
And then usually the dynamic of the actual manipulative person telling the non-manipulative person that they're manipulative is usually more hidden and obviously like less seen by most people. So they could just be like, yeah, you know, my so-and-so is so bad to me all the time. Like they're.
I agree, Paige. I 100% agree.
Or, you know, and then people are like, wow, you're the victim. And then they look at that partner in a bad light.
The way you call, the way you make people, you make people think I'm abusive without saying the word abusive or by doing anything explicit. It's a very subtle.
It's incredible because every interaction I've seen him in makes me feel he's abusive. So I don't know what the fuck he's even going on about.
Exactly.
Throwing under the bus, but it's happening, and I know it's happening.
I can't listen to you. I need to take a break.
Okay. Do you want to play Smash?
No, I just want to be alone.
Just the fact that he's so casual in this conversation while she's like very clearly very upset. I mean, that's just very, like with every other factor in there, is just like very revealing to me. Do you want to play Smash? Like obviously she's just like very upset and she needs a break, but you know, like what is a break to you? You have like a child's interpretation of what a break means.
He has a child interpretation of what sex means. He has a child interpretation on what a fucking relationship means. He actually has a child interpretation of a lot of shit.
Okay. Can you tell me how much time is left on that camera?
677 minutes.
Now you hear the volume going up, so you hear like the white noise.
But why even leave that in there? Because he's done so many cuts. Like this is him intentionally editing it so that when she starts crying, he starts to laugh. Why not cut that out? Like, why are you so proud of like how abusive you are? I don't understand it.
Yep.
Why the stylistic shot of your cat licking its fucking balls or whatever? Like what these?
That's how people think he's trolling. It's little shit like that that he does makes people think that he's trolling.
All these choices are very intentional because to him it's like very artistic.
Yes.
Oh man, like look
exactly.
at this. Like,
and because he does that artistic flair, people think he's trolling.
Dude, let's do a jump cut to the cat licking itself. Like that's like it's a style. It's like an artistic choice. It's very stylistic, guys. It's very quirky. I think I lost here. I just did. Yeah.
God damn, Paige. Flip the script. If she said, hey, I have this ball eating fetish and I'd like to bite down on your balls every time we fuck and chew them between my teeth, edgelord men would be losing their minds. Well, yeah. That's one hell of a way to put it there, Paige.
I don't understand what's so funny to this guy.
I don't think I can do this.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know if I can do it another day or if I just can't do it.
So, what I
So she's crying and he's laughing in her face. Lord have mercy.
find interesting here is that she's saying, like, I don't know if I could even do it another day, which means that she knows that he expects her to do it. And now she's not just trying to get it out of it this time. She's like, I don't think I could do this in general. No, this is ridiculous.
Oh, watch this part.
Wow. Okay. What a class act, huh? And then, of course, we got to get her. She's crying. She's having, like, she's upset. But what he needs to do is he wants to make sure that he gets her in a shot sitting there crying, because it makes this entire production look really cool. It really ties it up to get her crying, staring straight while he gets a side shot of her. Like, that's really important to his piece, his artwork. That's very important. And that's obviously the priority. Not the distress that his partner's in, but the fact that this needs to look just a little better.
Yeah, he doesn't give a fuck about anybody but himself. That's what it boils down to. MrGirl doesn't give a fuck about anybody else but himself. He does not give a fuck.
Jesus Christ. Oh, of course, for him consoling her as well. What a beautiful ending, guys. Everything's okay. No one's actually
Oh, it gets worse.
abusive. Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah,
I guess this is like the living embodiment of like a trauma mod. I'm actually like genuinely like, this is like frustrating. This is insane. I mean, this guy's a real scumfuck piece of shit. Holy fuck. This guy's actually You know, it's so funny because I saw a clip on Twitter one time of somebody like, I'm not going to talk to MrGirl if he's in this panel. And they were like, oh, what a loser. No, I totally get it. Like, this is a genuinely bad person. Jesus Christ. So he effectively puts her in a position where she gets like incredibly emotionally like frustrated and distressed, effectively, and then he consoles her. What a great dynamic! I remember him talking about how when he was physically abusive to people in the past, how afterwards it was a really good opportunity for the two of them to bond over it. Like, oh my God, that person was such a bad person. That's the way that he put it. He's doing it again. This is something that he seems to do a lot. He creates this dependency by being manipulative and abusive to his partner, and then being the only superhero that they have.
He's hugging her.
I wouldn't doubt it if he's like driven wedges between other relationships that the person has, like whether it's like family or friends, just so that there's nobody else for her to go to, so that she has to go to him. Yep, and we got to make sure that we get the doll in the shot.
Yep. It gets creepier. And there she is, laying naked on the bed. And that's how he ended that video. Disgusting. All right, now put a 1 in the chat if you want to see the conversation. Y'all want to stick around and watch the conversation with Destiny. Because I'll play it. That's no big deal. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, we're back to normal. All right. All right, let me go run to the restroom real quick. Oh yeah, you should watch that Brittany Simon vid. I'm gonna be honest, I had to watch that Brittany Simon video through Papa Gut because I couldn't. I don't know, my ADHD didn't like that conversation without Papa Gut's interaction with it. But you know, it's actually a very it's a very eye-opening conversation where, especially when he gets mad, he shows some true self. Another thing to watch too, Jess, is go to Papa Gut, and he actually talks to Brittany. And she actually gave some hints of stuff like the stuff where the ex-girlfriend, or the girlfriend, excuse me, used to say she was non-binary until he said no. Like, basically no such thing, you're a woman. And I think I found the video on that today. I think I haven't watched it yet. So. This whole thing feels like a more subtle Onision with the abuse in plain sight. See, the thing is, to me, it's not subtle. I don't think it's subtle. I just think he wraps it up. I think he wraps it up into... He wraps it up. Okay. You know how I always preach to y'all? Just because a video has nice editing and it's wrapped up real pretty in a pretty box, there could still be shit inside. All right. His box, his present, is wrapped up in like the most artsy wrapping paper, and the bow is like some origami swan on top, and it's like all artsy and shit, but there's shit inside. People pay attention more to that artsy box than they do the shit inside the box. Aesthetically pleasing abuse. Boom. Exactly. Exactly. So, let me run to the restroom real quick, and then we'll watch it. Alright, I'll be right back. Edna wanted to say hi to everybody. Say hi, Edna. Okay. Yeah. She acts just like me. Oh my God, Paige. Hell yeah. All right. Other pop. No, wait. Drink some water. Lovely. Yes, drink some water. Stay hydrated. Somebody said something that was really good. There you go. Stephanie said it. He's convinced he's a tortured genius. There you go. Did y'all hear Edna yell at me? I told you she's just like me. She's got a loud mouth just like me. She is her mama's child. All right. YouTube is just not loading up good for me.
So to a high school lunch table? Yeah.
All right. I think it really starts getting going there.
That would be a good love bomb.
Okay, and everybody, I can, the first video we just watched is from Papa Gut. I will link that down below, and I'll also link this down below. Paige, I will get, you have a way of downloading, I'm pretty sure you do, Paige, you're a big-ass YouTuber. I will get you a link to download the video. So, just give me till tomorrow, but I'll get you the link.
The most effective. That's how I got married to fucking Melina. We had a huge fight. I was like, fuck, this bitch is about to run out on me. And I was like, Melina, I love you. Marry me. And she was like, oh,
nice.
Okay. Yeah. That didn't actually happen. Okay.
Well, I'm gonna save this for.
Yeah, you want to save that for a big fight.
Yep.
Yeah. So basically, I don't have these organized by topic at all. It was just kind of like things that I was writing down as the video was going. So I'm kind of doing order and time, and not necessarily by time.
Yeah, when he was watching the video, you got the more pure form of the video because he really wasn't talking much. He was a lot of just taking notes, knowing that he was going to talk to MrGirl about it. So.
Topic, all right.
Okay. You know what I'm talking about.
And Paige, I just want to say, if you go through with making the video on this, I just want to say I appreciate it because a little channel like me, people don't watch me compared to like a bigger channel with a bigger audience. So I just want to say I appreciate it. So.
I know you know what I'm talking about.
For which thing?
The whole thing.
I do, but I know what she's talking about too. I don't know if you know what she's talking about. We'll see. We'll get there. Okay. For some things, I'm just kind of curious.
I'm going to speed this up to 1.25. Okay.
Curious. You know, normally with people, I would caveat a bunch, but I don't think I need to. I think, none of these are like attacking questions. I'm just like curious. When you say you have an interesting perspective, and this has kind of come up a few other times on sex. And I'm curious, like, what that is.
Oh, nice, Brenda Lee.
So
thank you.
You present this idea initially that, like, when you're having sex with somebody, it feels like you want to be in your zone 100%, no consideration, no worrying about what they're doing. And that even if you make it, like, 90% you and 10% them, that 10% space that you're creating for them becomes, like, 90% of what you're thinking about, and it kind of, like, ruins it. Yeah, what do you mean? Yeah, just expand on it. I'm curious how you talk around that.
Yeah, I would say that's pretty accurate. I feel... okay, so here's a story. I was about 12.
I feel compelled. I'm glad you brought this up. Otherwise, I would never have known. I appreciate it. I do. And I'm getting ready to learn a bunch of other stuff about him. And look, this isn't going to be the first thing about MrGirl because there's a lot of... This is a pattern of behavior with him, actually. So...
My new stepmother asked my father, did you ever have a sex talk with Max? And my father said, Max, make sure the woman comes first. That's our sex talk.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just raised in a very feminist, liberal environment with feminist, liberal parents. I was basically taught that...
well, okay. To be clear, that wasn't a very feminist/liberal statement at all, but go ahead.
You don't think so?
Absolutely not.
How so?
There's maybe it's a phrasing issue, but there's a difference fundamentally in the approach to a sexual interaction, where one is where you are concerned about the sexual gratification of your partner, and the other is, I got to knock this shit out so that they feel like they got something from it like I did, right?
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Okay, I moved it up to 1.5.
Yeah.
My interpretation of what he meant, and this is also based on the rest of my life, is guys who just hump and then come and then fall asleep are pigs. You don't want to be a selfish asshole. You want to be a courteous, empathetic, adaptive lover who is going to satisfy his woman because that's what's important in bed.
Yes, thoughts and opinion. It's so Amos Yee, right? 100%.
Okay. I think that's like, I would say that's like level 3. We want to get one more level deeper, but that's okay. That's probably okay. Level 1 is like, I don't give a fuck about my partner. Level 2 is like, level 2 is like, I'll make him come first at least. Level 3 is like, you want to be an attentive lover so your partner's having a good time. I think ideally there's like a 4th level, maybe, where it's like, me and my partner are like in this mutual pursuit of gratification or trying to satisfy each other, and there's like an inherent or intrinsic enjoyment in that. So like if I'm with a partner that I really like, I'm not getting them off only so that they're having a good time, or only so that like I'm making sure that like we're not uneven on orgasm counts, but because like I enjoy that experience too. Like I genuinely want them to be enjoying their time with me. That's not necessarily a thing that has to happen with everybody, I guess, but yeah.
Well, yeah, but that wanting can bleed into a feeling of responsibility.
Sure, which I don't think is a bad thing, but
it can feel bad. So I mean, I've been saddled with this shit since I was 12. A feeling
isn't
like,
it like, oh, go ahead.
You're in a... I feel like somebody hurt MrGirl. I really do. I feel like somebody hurt MrGirl because he's very... Like, he comes off that he's so smart and he thinks on a different plane and he's enlightened and shit like that. But he acts like a fucking kid. He literally acts like a man-child.
Like, as a 12-year-old, it feels very weird to be told, like, your sexual fantasies that you have now are actually misogynistic, almost rape fantasies. With those fantasies you have where you're fucking somebody, that's not what sex should be like. You shouldn't be doing that. Sex should be you're twisting your wrists down so you can rub someone's clit while you're fucking them. That's what real sex is like. And, like, that's how my sex was for a long time. When I was 16, I was a very good little clit slave.
Oh, dear God, this dude. Oh my God. Yes, Adrian, he's so sexually insecure. It's strange. 100%. 100%.
And for a long time after that. And then I started, like, hating sex.
Yeah, I understand, because you're talking about like this feeling where it's like there's some like set of actions that I've performed that can sometimes suck, and it's like a lot to be thinking about the other person, and there's a big responsibility that goes on, and now it kind of like sucked all the fun. Like I just want to throw some bitch over the couch and fuck her until, yeah.
Yeah, I literally basically had never done that, except I had one girlfriend who didn't need any stimulation other than just me fucking her.
Right, Tipster? Right? Dude.
And that was like very nice. But then after that, I didn't like really pick up on anything. I really liked having sex with her, but after that, I didn't really pick up on I didn't learn anything from that. So, yeah, and like this mirrored my feelings about relationships in general, is that they're never for me. I feel like I'm always taking care of people, or historically, I always felt like that. That I'm always managing other people's feelings, and like, everybody says I'm an empath, and I don't know if it's true, but I think possibly it is.
Okay, let's talk about the word empath. I said, okay, on my second channel, we kind of went over this. I think he is an empath. Now, as being from the beauty drama community at one point in my life, there was a joke about the word empath because Shane Dawson runs around saying he's an empath, okay? But there is also a thing called a dark empath. A dark empath is someone who uses cognitive empathy at the expense of others, often for personal gain. They can recognize someone's situation without sympathizing with them. Cognitive empathy is one of 3 types of empathy outlined by researchers, person in person. Clit slave, new pet name unlocked. And the reason why I think he's like that, because I think he is the type of person that when he is having a conversation with someone, he can pick their triggers out very easily. That's why he argues in circles. That's why when he's debating with people, he argues in circles to get them to expose themselves. And then once he picks up certain hints about themselves, that's when he goes in for the kill.
But I think part of what's made me empathetic is just like being afraid of my parents.
Now, I am not a doctor. I am not sitting here adding I'm just saying, if I had to guess, no, I think empath is correct, but I don't think it's the good kind.
Being afraid of what's going to happen if I don't manage their emotions. Sure. So just ever since I was a kid, I feel like I'm just tracking everybody's feelings and trying to keep them from fucking freaking out. And with Shaylin, I mean, she wants me to do that. She wants me to track her feelings. And I speak for both of us because she will not be making any public statements about this video or our relationship.
Sure, gotcha. The damn, I really want to get both of you on here at one point, but okay.
No, she will not be making any public statements. Hold on. No. Explorer. Here we go. Max Carson. All right, 1 second, because I'm going to show y'all. All right, let me show y'all the clout chaser. Let me show y'all the clout chaser. After he made it, no YouTubers have accepted my challenge to defend my demon girlfriend. I don't blame them. Instead, I will do a PowerPoint presentation as well as react to my own video so I can help you view the conversation with my girlfriend through a non-sexist lens. See you in 43 minutes. He retweeted his own tweet saying, I'm being tried for emotional and sexual abuse in the court of public opinion. Will I exonerate myself and prove that my girlfriend is a manipulative demon, or will I become yet another innocent man of color destroyed by white women's tears? That's where she made the shirt, Demon's Gonna Demon. There it is in pink. There's the hoodie. This is actually from her Twitter, Miss Boy. I made a whole t-shirt for you white knights and you still can't spell my name right. Let's get it together, people. And it says save Shaylin on there. He's Jewish. That's the only thing I can tell you. He's Jewish. So, but he's a clout chaser with it too. And that with him clout chasing behind making that video, that's another reason why people think he's trolling. That's another reason why people think he's trolling. Is because he clout chases behind the bullshit that he does. Why would somebody clout chase off of that video? Oh, it must not be real. That's how he gets away with this shit.
So I'll share my
from the masses.
Yeah, I'll share my view on this, and then we'll see if we can find any commensurability between the two of our views. If there's any way we can relate these. So I would consider, I think for me.
No problem, Amber. Thank you.
Because I'm not a fighter generally. I don't get a lot of fist fights with people. Yeah. Sexual interactions with me are very unique in that you are sharing a very intimate space with somebody that ordinarily is respected in all other cases in life. You're never getting that close to somebody or being like manipulating.
Jaden with the 499 says, being ashy is not a color. Jaden. Jaden, we're... Oh, Lord, have mercy, Jaden. Thank you for the $4.99.
Somebody's body. This is like a very, very intimate thing, right? You know, maybe a doctor will do this in an exam, and even that can feel a little bit like you're necessarily giving up a lot to allow somebody to do that. Their hands are in places that might make you uncomfortable. They have the potential to do a great deal of like physical or psychological damage to you. There's like a lot going on. I guess I feel like when I listen to you talk about sexual experiences, it sounds like there is this, you have 100 points of sex pleasure, and you're trying to divide this up between like man and woman. So like, even when you're getting 90 points of sex pleasure, if you have to give them 10, like that just, it fucks with your head and it's like, fuck, I just want like to do the 100 points and be done with it, right? I want to have all of this like to myself so that I can enjoy this and whatever. But I guess when I think of like sexual experiences, this is gonna sound really religious, this terminology, but like I view this as like it's a union of two people creating one thing, and then in that one thing, in that shared space, like I think you can both pursue everything you want more or less, but you kind of have to be aware of what the other person is doing because it's a shared space. It's like
absolutely, no, 100%, absolutely.
When you fuse with the Patera earrings in DBZ and you become one body, there's like you're two people sharing a space, and you kind of have to figure out how to navigate that for the both of you, rather than like two individual entities that are just trying to get as much as they can without the other person fucking it up too much. I guess like the difference.
And you see my view of it as too like combative or too competitive.
All right, so Gummy Frogs brings up a good point, because I've heard this point too. Gummy Frog says, it's really just one of those situations where it's best to ignore it, but that sounds gross if abuse is involved. I just think if they're trying to cash in on it, we're kind of just advertising it. Now, there has been, I'm going to be honest, that's why I haven't spoke about it in so long. But after the video we just watched, I couldn't do it anymore. I can't keep my mouth shut anymore. I was hoping that if people didn't talk about it, because people weren't talking about it, it can go away. And to me, it's getting worse. And I have to say something about it. So
I don't think that your view is necessarily bad, but I don't know if this ruins it for you, but it would have to be something that requires like a level of negotiation ahead of time. So like, have you ever heard, for instance, of the concept like free use?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that something that like appeals to you, or does that suck because you have to talk about it beforehand?
No, I'm fine with talking. I mean, that's what I was trying to do in the video, is talk about it beforehand. I'm fine with that. Yeah. The thing that appeals to me about...
Oh, Dubbo. You know what? I'm all about people coming up in here and talking how they want to talk, whatever, all right? And if you want to be contrary, that's fine. But for you to say that my outrage is performative, you can honestly take your trolling ass somewhere else. It was me.
About free, it's not a sexual, it's not really a sexual thing. I'm not like, man, the idea of just like a lifeless cold body there is amazing. Like it's not that. It's an emotional thing that I'm asking for.
Yeah, I think it's not, you don't need, like, they could even be an active participant. You just don't want to feel like when you're having sex with somebody, you don't want to have to feel like you have to manage their feelings at all. Like they can be into it, they can do whatever, but you want to feel like you can get in there, do what you want, and they are 100% self-sufficient in terms of taking care of themselves and everything emotionally.
Yeah, but I think that I want reparations.
What do you mean by that?
So I'm from women.
Well, yeah, but like, what kind of reparations? What do you mean?
I want agency reparations. Like I want control. I want selfishness. I want to have that 12-year-old sex I never got to have, 16-year-old sex I never got to have.
He wants to have the 12-year-old sex that he never got to have, or the 16-year-old sex he never got to have. You know what's kind of funny? And I just thought about this. He always talks about what like in that I wrote it down. Hold on. I don't think it was in this notebook. It was in another notebook that I had. Where he had that argument, debate with Bo Blacks and Technicals on Augie's stream. And he literally said, okay, what would you do, or would it be wrong or something like that if you got a hard on and somebody has a shotgun to your head, and would you get a hard on if a 12-year-old gave you a lap dance? And I want to say it was with Vosh. He said a 12-year-old's panties, and that's what got Vosh to kick him out of the call. He likes that number, where nobody knows what they are doing and women don't have the awareness of their own pleasure to ask for anything. Yeah, exactly. So it's kind of funny that he's saying that 12-year-old sex, that 16-year-old sex. He loves those two numbers, I've noticed. Yes, he talked about the color of a 12-year-old's underwear, and Vosh kicked him off the call. It was a 12. It was the number 12. He's very fixated on the number 12 and 16. or the ages of 12 and 16. Liz, I'm going to be honest. That honestly has nothing to do with nothing to me, to be honest. I think that's not, I don't think that's a question that I don't, you know what I'm saying? That's something that I'm more worried about what he says. You know what I mean?
To be more like a 16-year-old. I feel like I'm missing my childhood, my teenage years.
So like,
and I want Shaylin to just like allow me to be that 16-year-old, careless, selfish teenager, occasionally.
He's in his 30s, mind you.
And not always, just sometimes. And like, it's not something, I don't know if it's something I'll want forever. And I also don't, I think that our relationship could change in a way, or I could change in a way so that I don't feel like I want that. But right now, I get what you're saying. Like, you're saying I could have that feeling and not have the other person just lie still with duct tape over their mouth. But I don't think, where I'm at right now, I don't know if that's possible. I feel like anything now just feels like you're telling me I have to figure out what you're thinking and feeling and deal with it. And I don't want, I need you to just cocoon into yourself, take care of yourself, and I'll see you in about 12 minutes.
Gotcha. I think that,
and I'm sorry, but if it only takes you 12 minutes, you do have some issues. Just throwing it out there. Just throwing that out there. Maybe that's part of your problem.
I want to be really careful with what I say, because I'm not advising you to like break up. I'm never going down that road or anything. But I think that it can be the case that sometimes there are like fundamental sexual incompatibilities with some people, right? Like, say you have like a very prim and proper woman who doesn't believe in any degrading stuff, and like maybe she'll even like give you blowjobs. But let's say you have this fantasy where it's like, I want to hang you over the edge of the bed and fuck your throat until you're fucking crying, and that person is like, I will never ever do that. Like, at some point you have to realize like, okay, well, fuck me. I'm either gonna open my relationship, be single, or cheat, or I guess whatever, or fucking real doll, I guess. But like, yeah, so I'm curious because it sounds like for Shaylin, there's some level of emotion. If you don't want to talk about it, bring it up.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, it feels like she wants to feel like there's some level of emotional management, or at least engagement going on with the other party during sex. Otherwise, and she didn't explain why, so it's hard to know, but maybe she feels like used, or maybe she feels just in general like unseen or unheard, or those sexual experiences aren't fulfilling for any of those.
She definitely felt unseen or unheard. I mean, he literally did not see her and did not hear her in that conversation. Matter of fact, he turned around and said she was being controlling.
Prior, or maybe other unlisted reasons, which makes it hard for her to, I guess, like acquiesce to those.
Well, see, here's the thing, Paige. A lot of people said that Destiny went soft on him. I can get where people say that. I can get where people said Destiny was soft. But if they listen to the whole conversation towards the end, I think Destiny, by the way he was wording things at the end, and he was talking about friendships online and stuff like that, I think that he finds the conversations fascinating with MrGirl, but I think he's also still trying to figure out MrGirl and whether he's being real or trolling at the same time. You know what I'm saying?
Desires, to your desires.
I can give my interpretation of what Shaylin was saying. If you...
Sure. Yeah, go for it.
Okay. My understanding is that Shaylin, well, first of all, if she was really into it, then I wouldn't want it.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I want her to be giving me something. And if she happens to want the exact same thing as me, then my fantasy becomes eclipsed by hers, and it then feels like it's about her. So I want her, like, okay, getting throat fucked is like a pretty serious thing. Like that's some people, that's not something you're gonna feel neutral about. That's like hugely great or terrible.
Well, but still, just to draw some delineations here, because it is interesting, right? Because it sounds like if a girl like threw herself over the edge of the bed.
Sometimes coming at things from a place of outrage isn't best to get a good response. MrGirl is opening up. Yeah, and he I don't know. I feel like with his talk with Destiny, it nailed it in the head for me that it wasn't fake. Honestly.
It's like, I really want you to throw fuck me until I cry. That experience wouldn't really be as fulfilling for you as if you like rolled a girl over and you were like, let me throw fuck you until you cry, and just like deal with it, and then afterwards maybe I could do something. Like, you would like that second experience more, right? With the one where she's like not, because if it's about like
well,
this, yeah,
I want to be careful. I want to be careful too. It's not. It depends on what kind of tears you want. So
well, I don't mean like, I'm sorry, when I'm talking about throat fucking, I don't mean crying like because you're traumatized. I mean crying because you like lack of air and whatever else goes on when you're shoving dicks in your throat.
It's not that I wouldn't like it, but if I would be serving her, like, regardless of what it looks like, if somebody says do this to me until XYZ, then you are effectively serving that person, and like that's fine. I'm not saying I'm against all like service and sex. What bothers me is when there's no clarity about the service.
Isn't
So
it's
what
always
scares
going to
me-
be like really hard to find that though? No. Like,
Or
let's
what?
say, for instance, like, let's say that
Or-
I'm, yeah.
to find that compatibility.
No, to find that clarity. Like, let's say that I'm with a girl and I like the idea of like somebody riding on top of me. That's like a really hot idea for them to do that just for me. I want you to do that just for me. And let's say the girl is even willing to say like, oh, like I don't normally do that. I'm into that. She's like, I'll do it for you because I love you. Well, what's happening at that point? Is she like doing something just for me, or is she doing it because like now it's the thing she wants to do because she loves me, or like that's what I'm saying. Like, how do you even begin to separate out like what is for me and what's not for me, especially in the context of a relationship, right?
That can get complicated. I agree, but I think there's certain markers that I am looking for to feel like something is for me. So like one, it was my idea.
Okay.
You know, if Shaylin had said, you know, Max, I was thinking, you seem to have a lot of trouble with blah blah blah, and I think that it might be nice for you if I lie perfectly still during sex. What do you think? Then that would start to feel like, what are you tricking me? You want me to do this for some reason? There's a trick. There's a trap. That the Venus flytrap alarm would go off.
He has serious issues. He has serious issues. He literally has serious issues. Literally.
Did that, but that didn't happen. Another is like when I asked her, she wasn't like, "Oh, you hit the nail on it. This is my fantasy. I want this." And then she said yes immediately. So she did say yes immediately. But then it felt like she wanted to make the way we're talking about it about her, which is like a problem for me because it's like, okay, I'm getting the thing in a.
She's not allowed to fucking talk about it, being that the act is happening to her. What kind of fucking bullshit is that? Oh, welcome back, Amber. What kind of fucking bullshit is that? She's not allowed to talk about it, but it's happening to her. Turner, I can't tell who's more insufferable in this community, MrGirl or Lauren shoots flare guns at migrant boat Southern. Okay, Turner.
Tiny little nugget, but it's surrounded by the exact opposite of what I want. Of like, can you make this conversation where you're asking me to lie still during sex about me?
I think
like,
that there's
no, I don't want to do that.
Okay, there is a. I'm trying to explain this. There's a dynamic around rougher sex that's always kind of like that, and I'm so I'm curious how you feel about this. Okay, so I've been with people that like very rough encounters sometimes, and I'm not normally like that, but I mean I can play the role if I need to, okay? But when I'm in charge of like a very rough encounter like that, it's most of my brain power is usually spent figuring out like what is like how is the other person responding, right? And I think that in the middle of that encounter, even though you're pushing really hard, like the only reason it works is because the other person knows that there's some consideration at the end of the day there for them. So it's kind of weird because I feel like in situations where you're in charge of the sexual encounter, you're actually the bitch. Like, I'm taking you as hard as I can, but I'm making sure that like it's a good position and I'm not like destroying your cervix. I'm making sure that if I'm choking you, I'm not like actually killing you. Like
you're still taking care of the other person. There is still a consideration from the other side. You're still taking care of that person. It's like, you know,
make sure that I'm pulling your hair, right? We're at the base and we're not just pulling the end. Like there's like all these things going on where it's like, yeah, like we're doing the experience where you're getting this like very, very intense hard thing. But like all of my thoughts are making sure like, okay, like I'm not like actually hurting this person. And they know that I know where the boundaries are. It seems like you want to literally just rape somebody. Yeah.
Right.
But yeah.
Right.
Destiny just, now this is the first time Destiny says that. Destiny goes through and says like rape and abuse. He's trying to tell him, dude, you're sounding rapey as fuck right now. But he's doing it in a way that MrGirl won't shut down. But he's telling him, you're being rapey as fuck. You're being abusive as fuck.
Well, I think the thing is though, with hard sex, a lot of the person wants to be free to react as though you're raping them. So
a little bit, yeah. But all of that occurs. All of it is always wrapped in that nugget of
yeah. But I'm saying that if you're having sex that is going to look a lot like rape, like rough rape, and the person wants to be able to say no, stop, but I didn't say strawberry daiquiri, so you don't have to actually stop. Like then in that case, it makes sense to be more careful and more attuned. But if the person's lying still, I think it's like I don't think we need a safe word for that. She can just be like stop, you know. So I don't think that I would need that same level of hyper attunement because I don't think it's that dangerous of a way to have sex.
Two separate conversations we're kind of having now, but so because I'm kind of more focused on, I'm just trying to figure out what you want to get out of it. Let me.
He wants to jerk off. That's what he wants, and it only takes him 12 minutes. So.
We'll follow this tangent for a little bit. So if the person is just laying there, you want to fuck them, you don't feel like it's really a big deal. That's it might not be to you because it doesn't seem that sexually intense, right?
No, it could be very psychologically intense.
Yeah, and I think that's like the
that.
issue is that the person feels like there have been people that I've been with where nothing extreme is going on, but you can tell for them like it's a very psychologically or emotionally intense moment. Yeah.
Yes, that's for sure a consideration. But
Exactly,
that's what I'm saying. So I think that's true of both of us. We're both very likely to have some kind of like trauma freak out during sex.
A little bit, but it's different when you're the one in charge. Because when you're the one in charge, you have a way easier time stopping. Whereas for the other person, if they get nervous,
they have to actually speak up.
Yeah, which is very challenging. And you already had videos saying you don't care if they. I'm just fucking with you. Well, half fucking with you, but go ahead.
Wait, saying I don't.
Yep, see, there he goes again. There he goes again. Destiny's throwing shade at him like, dude, that was fucked up. He really is. You're exactly right, Gummy.
Oh, that's that time? Yeah.
But, yes.
Pigeon's like, ma'am, it sometimes takes me less than 5 minutes. Let's not judge times on that here. Okay, Pigeon, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm not shaming anybody. I was just throwing some shade at MrGirl. Please forgive me. Tips are for the 20. Headed out for the night, but take care, Xylie. Have a good night, homie. Thank you, sir. I appreciate the 20, and you have a good night yourself. Thank you very much.
So I guess, I think we both probably agree and understand that. But the backing up a little bit, I guess I'm trying to figure like, I'm trying not to like, it sounds like I'm trying to trap you. I know you don't think I would do that, but I'm trying to find a different way to ask you, like, do you just want to rape somebody? Can you help me find a different way?
Steven, I trust you enough to just lie still while you do your thing.
Yeah, because it sounds like that you want...
Take me wherever you want.
You want to basically... Yeah, however. You basically want to have a person where you're just like, there's a thing that I want to do. I want to do it because I want to do it. I don't care. You figure your own shit out. And then I'm going to, do that.
That's the key. Figure your own shit out.
I don't know if this is possible with humans without a lot of drugs. That's what I'm trying to think of. I'm trying to think if it's possible. Because there's two...
I think you might be being a little sexist here.
Okay.
If...
Pigeon, anything you write in this chat is susceptible, however the fuck you say that word, y'all know I can't speak, to me reading it, okay? So if you don't want me to read it, don't write it out. Ha ha. Busted! I know that's right, Jessica Carter.
Melina asked you, will you lie still?
But see, that's yourself, though, okay? Just saying. That's yourself. Okay? I mean, you know what to do to yourself. All right? I'm talking about, like, he's literally telling his girlfriend, I just need 12 minutes where you don't enjoy it and you don't want it. Like, you legit don't want it. You know what I'm saying?
During sex, I just want to ride you. Once every month. I just want to ride you and do my thing. Do you think it would be fair to say, well, you might have trouble advocating for yourself in that situation? It could be traumatic for you psychologically, and that would only be possible if you did drugs? I
for me, well, no, hold on, because it's totally different. Because if a girl were to ask me that, like, if that girl was you, if you wanted to ride me, and you were saying, Steve, I want to take you in my pussy, right?
Yes.
I would say to you, okay, Max, but I'm going to agree to it very quickly, and I'm going to have a lot of fun doing that. Is that going to ruin the experience for you? And you're going to fuck. It's not the same now. Because that's the difference,
Maybe.
Right?
I don't. Well,
like, if you would ask me,
you and I would never have this problem in the first place.
Well,
but
anything's possible. It's 2022. Okay, but I'm saying,
no,
like,
I meant because we're so compatible, we wouldn't have this.
Oh,
problem.
of course, yeah. But
you see, he gushes all over Destiny. It's so gross. It's so gross. He gushes over Destiny because he knows Destiny saved his career.
But I'm saying, like, so you gave me like these 3 criteria earlier: that it's your idea, that the other person doesn't say like yes immediately, and that you have like a certain way of talking about it, right? But like, if you suggested that, I would agree immediately, and I'm like, yeah, sure, and I would have a lot of fun doing it. So like, I feel like that would ruin that for you.
Maybe, but I still don't think that you would need drugs to do it.
Well, no, what I'm saying you would need drugs for is to genuinely have an experience where you're positing an idea that the other person's not really into, but you want to be able to kind of like get access to their body and use them for that. That there's either one of two things happening. Either one, they're legitimately getting raped, or two, there's found some way to dissociate themselves from the experience so much, usually with like some kind of drug. Yeah, like I don't see how anyone can actually go that way. Yeah.
I don't think the problem is that Shaylin isn't into it. Okay. I don't agree that she's not into it. The problem is that she's not into agreeing to things.
Well, if she was into it, though, wouldn't that ruin it for you?
No, it's not that I want her to dislike it or not like it. I think what would ruin it is if I felt like actually I was acting out her fantasy.
You literally said that if she was 11% into it, that it would ruin it for you because she finds a way to take that 11% and shove 90% into it. Remember the mathin' wasn't mathin'? The math wasn't mathing? You literally said that in the conversation.
It's not that I want her to not like it. It's fine if she like. I'm sure she.
Well, I feel like you could like get into that. You could start doing it and be really into it, and then all of a sudden she orgasms. You're like, "Fuck you, bitch."
Yeah, he told her not to like it. Yeah.
I didn't know you liked it.
No, it's fine.
You like it more
fine.
than me. No, okay.
No, that's fine. It's not, I'm not saying I don't have to like it more than her. I just want to have to not worry about her or not feel like I am serving her. That's what it is. I often feel like I'm serving people in relationships. And so if I'm just in that hypothetical, I just meant if I said it and then she reacted in a way that was like, "Oh, I've been trying to get you to say this for a long time. Good job, my pet." Then that would make me feel just used again.
Isn't it sad that he can have a better conversation with Destiny? Like, he's having the conversation with Destiny that he should have been having with her. There's something wrong.
Sure.
So it's not that I want her to it's more about framing. It's not so much about her experience of it, like if she orgasms or likes it or whatever. It's more about what bothered me in the conversation is that it felt like it was being, the agreement itself was being reframed as somehow I have to be super caretaking of her. Like, no matter what, I can't escape it. I can't escape it during sex. I can't escape it. And so therefore I'm like, well, what if we can take this out of sex? She's like, well, then you have to caretake me right now. And it's like, I want the burden to be lifted.
Sure, I'm trying to think.
I want her to take on the burden. I think if she were a man, I feel like you would think this was a more reasonable request.
I think that, so I want to be very careful when I say this. This isn't a slight on Shaylin. I need a knife.
Yes, it is.
This is good. It's not a slight on Shaylin, but I think that's
it's okay if it is.
What you're asking for would be like an exceptionally rare thing. I don't think many people can handle that level of self-care when they're that intimately engaged with another person. I think I could, but like I would understand that would be an incredibly rare thing. Thank you.
Yes, Davida, he respects Destiny. He does not respect his girlfriend. 100%. I know that's right, BRB. Gee, MrGirl, maybe you're just misogynistic, entitled, narcissistic, creepy weirdo. I hope she leaves him and everyone else sees this as a warning, right?
Then that's what I need.
But so then where do you go from there?
Organic says, why doesn't he just do what grown men do who don't care for the woman's pleasure and just pay for a night of pleasure for himself? Leave the girl. I mean... yeah.
If your partner isn't able to like...
Wait, she said yes, right? I mean, like, we have the same understanding.
Well,
at the ending
she said yes
video.
with a lot of obvious emotional reservations, right?
Well, that's
because
perfect.
she said yes, but
that's perfect.
But she wants to wrap it in that nugget of things about her. That's the issue. She's never going to say yes to what you're looking for. Because your issue with the rest of the conversation, she didn't. And that's why it fell apart at the end. The issue with the rest of the conversation is she said yes to the thing in the middle, and then the rest of it was building the nugget, right? Because that's what you were upset about her for. Like, why are you making this about you? Why can't we just do this thing? Why are you guys more day of the month? Like, Jesus.
I said no to the nugget. I escaped the nugget.
Yeah, but by even saying no to the nugget is being made, right? Like if it's a 90-10 thing, by even acknowledging the 10 thing, now it's become the 90 thing, is what it feels like. Because it felt like that was the majority of your disagreements for like the whole last half of that interview was how to deal with the emotional stuff around what you want to be fundamentally an unemotional experience.
Yeah, I'm not saying it went perfectly, but I feel happy with the resolution.
I know it didn't go perfectly, but I feel happy with the resolution.
What is how? Why?
Because I got what I wanted.
Yeah, but do you feel like she got what she wanted?
No.
Why shouldn't in a relationship, if you guys are looking at yourself as some sort of singular entity that you've come together and joined to make some
you're putting me in adult. You're putting me in an impossible. Like, either if she gets what she wants, then I lose, and if she doesn't get what she wants, then we're not a singular entity.
Paige says, as an ex-escort, everything he's asking for could easily be done. Most people don't care about making escorts feel pleasure. He could easily do that. Yeah, exactly. Cab with the 5. I think Destiny has something for him. Okay. I think Destiny has something for him to gain, and he feels like he already owns Shaylin, so he doesn't care about her how he should. Yeah, no, I agree. Well, you got to think too. I think at the very beginning, I kind of skipped it to get into the conversation. He either that or he says it towards the end, but he literally says that Destiny gave him his career, so he feels some kind of he has a lot of respect for Destiny. Almost like towards the end of this, he almost looks like a hurt child because of what Destiny says about friendships online. And he kept asking Destiny, are you mad at me? Are you mad at me? It's a thing.
I guess I just don't think of us as a singular entity.
No, you don't. I mean, you're both individuals, but when you come together in a relationship, especially for sexual purposes, there's one thing that exists in here that like has to be dealt with, right? There's a new thing that's created.
Once a month.
High Priestess of the Dark Underworld says, I know this may be contrarian, but if she made merch, doesn't this raise a little bit of red flag that she's into it? I understand crying and artsiness of it all. Okay, now, that is definitely a good point, and that is another point of why people think that this could be, like, it looked worse than what it actually is. But let me tell you, for someone who was in an abusive relationship for 6 years, you thought that I heavily loved my boyfriend. Especially after having to fight other men just so I could survive. I mean, we're talking about I would wake up with hands around my throat because he had a nightmare. You would think he was the best man in the world when you saw us out in public and the way I acted with him because of the way I acted with him. It's amazing what you do to survive when you're in a bad relationship. Not saying that there's any physical abuse because I don't know that. But remember, there's mental abuse, psychological abuse. But that is another way of covering it up. Wow, Xylie, half your face looks like a chipmunk. Yeah, I fell down some stairs. Oh, no, I know that. No, you actually brought up, High Priestess, you actually brought up a very good question. Because that is another reason why people think it's a troll. It was actually a very good question. I'm not mad at it at all. That's another reason why. That's why I'm saying I believe that he is hiding in plain sight. I do. I think he's hiding in plain sight. Honestly.
Okay.
I don't want us to come together as a singular entity. Mm-hmm. I want us to come together as individuals. I want to jack off with her body.
Sure.
And I want her to do whatever she needs to do.
The one thing, Cab, he doesn't treat all women creators like crap. Not all. Because he's very close with Stardust. He doesn't treat Stardust like he does everybody else. He treats Stardust like he does Destiny. Well, not as loving, because Destiny was the one that got him, up. But he treats Stardust very well. He doesn't talk to Stardust like he does everybody else. So.
To not make it my job to be super attuned to her.
Thank you, Rigby.
I actually want her to act in a way that makes it harder for me to attune to her.
Sure. But it seems like in order to get to that point, you're going to have to lay a whole bunch of emotional groundwork to get there. Like, you're going to have to do a lot of work to get to that point. Does that make sense?
I feel like we're there.
I don't... hold on. I was going to say I don't think so. Let me rephrase that. Absolutely not.
Why not?
Because it seems like she's having a lot of trouble emotionally processing everything going around this event.
Yes. Whose problem is that?
Both of yours.
No. I see. This is another thing I'm trying to change in my relationship with Shaylin. Mm-hmm. Processing your emotions is your job.
Sure, but now, you're both invested in the outcome of that process, are you not?
No.
Of course you are. You want her to be more emotionally stable and right? It's affecting.
Oh yeah. I care about that. Mm-hmm. But as far as getting what I want, I just need her to process her emotions.
See, he just exposed himself. This conversation is what nailed it down that video was real. Honestly.
On her own. Or not process them and then say, oh, I freaked out, I can't handle this. Either one.
When did you get to the point where she's basically saying, like, I can't do this anymore? Like, I have to exit the relationship.
I don't think she would break up with me because, I can't do what anymore? Process my own emotions?
Without any sort of input or guidance or help or acknowledgement from you or feeling seen by you.
We both help each other process our emotions. I'm not saying that I don't want to help her, but it's about responsibility that I'm saying. I don't want it to be my job to process her emotions for her instead of her. That feels like parenting.
Yeah, I agree with that. I would say the same in my relationships. I go really hard on that. I don't want to feel like your dad. I'm not here to do that for you.
Right.
But
and I can understand not wanting to be somebody's, for me personally, I'm not trying to be, my partner's mother, but to be in a relationship and to be in a loving relationship and a strong relationship, I mean, you have to care about the other person's feelings and how they're going through life. You got to care. You have to care. If you don't care, something's wrong. Destiny is telling him that no woman would accept his terms. I'm tell you what. Yes, Claude. Yes, I agree with you. Yes.
Even at that point, there is like, I'm going to understand that, especially if I'm making a really big ask, there's going to be the other person is looking for some kind of assurance. Like they want to make sure that things are okay. And I think that asking people to just basically jump off the edge of a cliff and close their eyes and hope that there's a balloon at the bottom is going to catch them. That's a really big ask for most people.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's the whole, that even your framing of that is the responsibility that you and I feel is so baked into that analogy that when you and I get asked to manage our own feelings and process our own feelings and lie still so that we can be used, we're not jumping off of a cliff. We're not hoping there's some balloon at the bottom. We're just managing our feelings. But when we ask Xylie to do it, it's throwing a little baby off of a cliff. And like, I agree that I kind of feel like that, but I don't, it's not true. I don't want to feel like that. I think,
so here, okay, so I'm speaking
baby better fucking grow wings.
Speaking from a place of personal experience here, because I have a lot of issues with this too, so I've had to deal with this a lot too. But like, one thing that you have to accept is not everybody has the same emotional needs. Like, I'm the type of person, and also, this is one important thing. Not everybody has the same emotional needs, number one. And number two, not everything in a relationship has to be reciprocated.
Those are both true.
Yeah, so if different people have different levels of emotional requirements, it's not fair. I don't want to say it's abusive, but it's like, it's not fair to bring up your emotional composition as a counter to theirs. And I'll admit, I do this sometimes when I fight with Melina even, where she'll say like, oh, well, I feel bad about this, you should do that.
I would never fucking do this.
Yeah, and I'll say like, bro, you could do 20 times worse than me, I don't give a fuck. I go to my computer room and fucking stream, like, get the fuck over yourself, right? I'll say this when I'm mad, but I shouldn't. It's not a fair thing to say. Like, you can't expect people to match your internal emotional composition just because you want them to, right?
Right.
Because they'll never be that. They can't, unless you're dating like 14-year-olds. They'll never turn into that person. We're grown up. We're adults. Like, that's not going to change at that point. If you're in your 20s,
I don't know if that's true. I think we're dating some pretty young ladies.
How old is Xylie?
We are dating 14-year-olds. She's 27.
Okay, well that's.
She's not 14.
I think we're dating some pretty young ladies.
How old is Xylie?
We are dating 14-year-olds. She's 27.
Okay.
She's a grown-ass woman. You're not dating a 14-year-old. I mean, now, is there a difference between a 27-year-old and like a 40-year-old? Yeah, there's more years of experience. But she's not 14.
Well, that's... No.
I'm pretty different from how I was when I was 27.
Really?
I'm much more... Yeah.
I'm different than how I was at 27. Imagine me angrier and louder and just... Whew, I was a mess. But... there's also a difference between a 14-year-old and a 27-year-old.
I couldn't talk about my feelings at all. I could not process or manage. I was like Xylie. I was a complete fucking mess.
I mean, I still think you're a mess, but I bet you weren't that.
Not a complete mess.
Not a complete mess, maybe, but okay.
Do you think I'm a complete mess?
No, not a complete mess.
I
think
do.
you have trouble interfacing with other humans sometimes, or it seems like.
And I think you don't have enough trouble interfacing with other humans sometimes.
Okay, based.
See, just because you can help somebody manage their feelings, and just because they're saying they need you to, and even if they actually need you to, that doesn't necessarily mean you should.
I agree, and those are boundaries that I'll set. Like, I'll tell somebody, it's usually for fighting, so I'm doing it a bad way, but I'll be like, hey, like, if you need this, if you need me to like manage this for you, then get the fuck out of my house. I'm never gonna do it, right? There are like things that I won't do. I can't do that, but there are things that I will do that I wouldn't expect somebody to do for me because I understand that I'm an exceptionally emotionally detached individual. But I would never. But if I walk through life trying to place the same expectations on other people that I would want them to place on me, I'm probably never gonna find anybody ever because people process things in different ways. It's just part of the decisions we have to make when we join into a relationship, right?
I agree. I do more of in this specific way in the terms of helping the other person process their emotions. I do a little bit more of the lifting there.
But it's probably because you don't need help processing yours, right?
No, I do. I think I actually do, and I ask her for help with that, and she does help me with that. So it's not all one way. I do need help with that. But when it comes to this doll sex, I need a break. Daddy needs a break.
Well, no, you don't need a break. You need access to their body, and then for them to shut their emotions off. It's a way bigger ask than just saying, I need a break.
No.
Right?
I don't want to shut her emotions off. I actually need her to not shut her emotions off.
Well, you need her to shut her emotions off from you. You don't want to engage with that. That's certain.
Right.
Right.
I don't want her to dissociate because that will cause problems. I think that's the concern, is that she'll do this by dissociating. That would not be okay with. If I sense from looking at her lifeless body that she's dissociated, then I will yell at her for a whole new thing. I need somebody to be taking care of Xylie. I just need it to not be me.
See, he's telling on himself. See? He's telling on himself. He is telling on himself.
Once in a while.
You need like a threesome with like a caretaker to be touching her head while you're...
Yes. And explaining to her how she feels and calling her a stupid bitch and telling her to shut up. Somebody needs to take the reins for 12 minutes.
Gotcha.
12 minutes a month.
Have you ever thought about just paying. Oh no, because you guys are in a closed relationship. Maybe I thought it was like paying a prostitute for this experience.
I can pay Shaylin for this experience.
No, you can't because you don't have that. You can't just change your relationship. With
I don't have that kind of money. We have a. I don't know. No. See, that's the thing is that the prostitute would have the same problem as the doll.
Which is?
It's not really giving me anything. A prostitute's not really doing something for you. Like they kind of are, but it's
Do you feel like if somebody gives you like a blowjob, are they doing something for you, or are they doing it only because they love you, so it doesn't count as them doing?
So he wants to do that with someone who is emotionally invested in him. So paying a prostitute wouldn't do it. So paying a prostitute wouldn't do it.
Doing something for you.
I think it depends on the blowjob. I've gotten blowjobs that felt like somebody was just trying to suck my soul out of me, and then I've gotten blowjobs that felt like they're doing a nice thing for me. I don't have a blanket interpretation of getting a blowjob.
Okay.
I still contest your overall view of the situation as unresolved, and that Shaylin said no. She said yes, and I got what I wanted, and I feel like this is a victory.
I don't think that should be the goal of those types of conversations, right?
Well, maybe that's the issue. Is you don't like my goal.
Yeah, I don't think you should be trying to win confrontations with a partner. I think that the goal should be
get something.
Yeah, but the goal should be that both of you walk away feeling like you've gotten something, you're both satisfied.
That wasn't my goal. Yeah. So you just don't like my goal.
Well, from a business perspective, sure, but from a relationship perspective, like.
But he can pay them to be emotionally invested. They'll pretend to care. Dude, he's off the chains. This dude's off the chains.
It just seems not healthy for both parties. Like if Shaylin was trying to extract something from you like that, like you would probably walk away feeling awful, right?
It wouldn't be an extraction. That's the thing, is that I would just answer her question.
Mm-hmm. Well, like you would just say no, right?
I'd say yes, or I would say no.
Okay.
Or I would say I need to think about this. Okay. Or I would say I have some clarifying questions to make sure I know what I'm agreeing to. But whatever I said, I would give her the clear sense that I am figuring out for myself what I'm okay with, and I will return with an answer for you, and you'll know clearly where you stand. Again, I reject the notion that Shaylin is saying no to the sex act, or that she has even any particular reservations about the act itself. Mm-hmm. She just doesn't like making agreements.
I disagree, but you know her way better than I do, yeah. So, like, it feels to me like she doesn't have any problems with the act itself, but she's trying to figure out, like, emotionally where both of you are going to be standing before and after the act.
She's trying to control where we're going to be standing. She's not trying to figure it out.
She is trying to control, but that's because she's one of the members of this interaction. So, of course, she wants some kind of control.
Oh, let me be clear. When I call Shaylin controlling, my problem isn't that she is exerting control. It's the way she's exerting control. It's that she's underhandedly trying to control it.
How do you feel like it's underhanded? Like, in what way? What do you mean by that?
Because she's asking questions? Because she's trying to clarify the terms of your agreement? What?
Well, if what you're trying to say is, hey, listen, I want to provide this thing for you, but I have to be honest. I'm a little scared and feeling a little abandoned by the prospect of you completely, detaching from attuning to me. Because as we both know, I'm kind of an unstable bitch. And as an unstable bitch, I need you to be somewhat more attuned to me than you normally feel like you should be. And this is a constant power struggle between us. So I want to try to work out with you what level of attunement we're going to have, or for how long you're going to be not attuning to me. And this is something I'd like to work on. Maybe in a couple years or something, I'll be able to just say yes to what you're asking. But right now, you're asking me to take care of myself. But the fact is, I don't really know how to do that. I'm not very good at it. And so here's what I need from you. And then come up with a list of demands or counter proposal or whatever. Or say, this is something we could work towards. I can't do it right now, though. I'm really not ready. Any of that would be just great. My problem is not in that conversation. My problem was not her saying no, because she didn't say no. She didn't say yes. She didn't say no. She didn't say yes to the conversation. She didn't say no to the conversation.
Yeah, okay.
She just leaves me in this hell.
Yeah. So what do you think is happening? What do you think is the problem? It's pretty simple, I think.
See, he started going on a tangent, and Destiny pulled him back in like, no, we ain't doing that.
I think there was a problem where the conversation about the interview, I think, is a metaphor for how she feels during sex, and she doesn't explicitly think.
Too complicated.
Thank
this is my feeling.
Thank you, Destiny. Too complicated. Thank you.
You tell me if you think about it wrong, okay? I feel like her problem is that she doesn't know where she wants to set her boundaries, and she's kind of hoping that you'll help her figure that out. And you're frustrated because you're not having a conversation with her trying to figure out where her boundaries are. You're making an ask, and you want her to already come to the table with that solved. Like, okay. You want her to be able to come to the table and say, like, yes or no. Don't ask me these dumb fucking questions, Shaylin. We don't need to have this other random shit. Just tell me what you want or tell me what you don't want, and then boom. But she's coming to you, we're in a bit more of a undecided state. And her trying to navigate her feelings and yours simultaneously are different when she's trying to, because she's trying to advocate on her behalf and your behalf. But
you
give
these women so much charity.
No.
You hear that? You give women so much charity.
Actually, I'll be totally honest with you. I literally just had this huge problem like 3 days ago in my relationship where I'm really bad at asserting boundaries. I literally now I can speak from Chandler's perspective. I literally had the exact same issue where I'll have problems where people will. Here's a personal thing that I've just recently figured this out. I don't know how the fuck it took me so long. But when I get into conflicts in relationships, my thing is usually I'll withdraw or I'll start lying. These are the two things that I'll do because I just don't want to like interface with a person. They're irritating me. And what I found out was that there are some boundaries that I have in a relationship. There are now usually these are more passive, like don't ask for this or don't talk to this or act this or do this particular thing, right? And this is like a need that I have that before I thought I didn't care, but now I'm like actually I have this need. But when the other person isn't aware that those boundaries exist, they're just kind of existing in a state where they're kind of pushing, pulling, trying to figure shit out, and then I'm getting triggered, and now everything is getting fucked up because I'm not doing a good job at asserting boundaries, right? So oftentimes in relationships, people will blame the aggressor when in reality the person failing to assert themselves can be just as much responsible for everything else because their lack of having clear boundaries means that the other person doesn't know when to push and not push. The other person doesn't know what's safe to go into, and then the person with the boundaries doesn't know how to negotiate any interactions because they're randomly getting upset at things as well, right?
I understand what you're saying about yourself, and I believe you.
But you don't think Shaylin has trouble asserting her boundaries?
Shaylin is not like you in this sense.
Okay.
I think you're assuming that Shaylin is trying to figure out what her boundaries are and then assert them. And that I don't believe that is happening. I believe that Shaylin and many of these other women that you and I come across and disagree about get a lot of power by not having boundaries and not asserting those boundaries. Because when you tell someone what your boundary, what you're not just saying everything on this side of the line is not okay. You're also saying everything on this side of the line is okay.
He has a problem with women. He has a problem with women in general.
Yes.
And so all these other tools you have, like arguing and figuring things out and explaining and writing narratives and co-authoring narratives and problem solving and all these other ways that you exert power and get power in relationships and conversations. Shaylin, as you saw, Shaylin got angry and did use those. She does have those tools, but that's not where she gets most of her power. Shaylin gets her power from the dark arts. She's on the dark side. And when she so to me, things like setting boundaries, so like lying and withdrawing, I would say those are dark side powers that you're using.
Sure.
Light side powers are more like setting boundaries, problem solving, arguing, saying what you want, being explicit and direct and above board. Shaylin gets a lot of her strength now from the dark side. So she does things like not setting boundaries, asking questions that make no sense, pretending to be confused, sobbing loudly from the other room.
Yeah, I agree, but like...
Zombie says he's such an exhausting person too. Just listening to him speak is so draining. I don't know how anyone deals with him. That's the thing. I think everybody is just trying to figure him out. And I think he knows that. So he does and says and shows outlandish shit. But I think he's actually telling the truth with his outlandish shit.
Sure. But
she's not trying to figure out what you're just assuming this like extremely well-intentioned like goal of hers, but she doesn't. I'm
not saying that there's like this intentional like something that she said. So this is why I think that she is doing this.
Yeah,
she made a statement when you guys were
you
talking,
might be right.
saying that like she feels like she has to do this. She feels like she has to make a decision, and you're like, you don't know like why. Why do you feel that way? Like, it seems like you're asking her that. Like, what do you mean you have to do this? What do you think she means when she's saying that? Like, it feels like I have to do this, and you're like, no, you don't.
I think she is saying, in order to maintain the image that I want on your channel and with your fans.
No, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you think that, then there's like, because I'm interpreting everything both of you are saying in like the best light possible. But if you think she's just saying,
No. You're interpreting everything she says in the best light possible.
No, both of you. This would be a way different conversation if I was not being charitable to you as well. Okay.
She's a demon.
You're pretty demonic as well. If I was to interpret you,
absolutely. I don't think so.
Absolutely,
no.
for sure.
No,
You're very charismatic. You have a really good way of spinning every single emotional complaint she makes into a hypothetical attack against you that then becomes an attack that you can use against her. And you constantly undermine her feelings by either saying that she doesn't truly believe the things she does for the reasons that she says she does, or that she's just using it to like control you. And then when she has an emotional outburst, you also assume that that's a form of manipulation, and then you manipulate her by pretending she's manipulating you. And then you bring it all back at the end with like either a hug or something else, like, oh look, we're good, it's cool, or whatever. Right? These are all like theoretically. If I frame it that way, these are all theoretically like emotionally manipulative.
I guess, but it doesn't make any sense. Like you can do that, but it doesn't make any sense because she agreed to the plan immediately.
No, but that's
without
like,
complaint.
Do you understand?
Okay, so now she agreed to the plan, but earlier he said she didn't say yes, she didn't say no. But now she agreed to her plan. He's not as smart as he puts out, people. He's not.
This is why I don't like conversation about rape, okay? It's so easy to get people to do things that they don't want to do that they will agree to it. This is why I don't like the concept of like consent or even enthusiastic consent. There are so many things that you can get people to agree to without
Well, I
them...
agree with you. I agree with you there.
Yeah, so like...
But in this conversation, the conversation did not break down when I asked her the question. The conversation broke down when I would not let go of calling her controlling.
But her method of controlling was her trying to get some control over like her emotions in that situation and how you were engaging with them. That was where the control was
and the way
from.
she was trying to get control over that was by asking nonsensical questions.
Yeah, but I mean, like, if somebody is looking for, if we can, like,
but that's my whole problem.
Sure, but like, let's say instead we take a more impressionistic view of language and not like a discrete, like, these are the words you're saying. It sounds like what she's saying there. She's not saying like, can we figure out the dates of the month that this would be the most adequate time for you to free use my body? What she's doing is like saying like, hey, okay, I think I can do this, but I feel like really emotional right now, and I want some sort of like emotional reassurance from you that we're like on the same page. That's what she's looking for. Yeah,
I know. We both understand that.
Then why can't you just do that or give that to her?
Because I don't fucking want to. That's the whole thing I'm saying in the first place. Is I don't want to change my entire lens for looking at language to an impressionistic one, so that I can give you squeeze some extra fucking charity juice out of myself to make it okay for you to underhandedly try to get me to reassure you.
Underhanded.
It is.
You see? You see?
Absolutely underhanded. It is absolutely underhanded to ask a fake question to get somebody to take care of you. I think it's completely underhanded, at least for me. Okay, so maybe
if I go to like a doctor, if I go to like a doctor, if I've got a thing coming up, right, and I'm sitting there and I ask something, and I'm like, is this gonna hurt? What a fucking stupid question. Like, like if you were a doctor, you would look at me and you would go, this is a fucking cancer biopsy, Steven. Is it gonna hurt? If I say yes, you're gonna fucking cancel the operation, you stupid fuck. Why would you even ask me? Such a waste of fucking time, right? That's what you're saying. And I would say, okay, well, I was just like looking for a little bit of emotional reassurance. I'm sorry, right? That would be the issue.
I understand how to do what you're asking me to do.
Yeah, sure. You just
I'm
are unwilling to.
I don't want to. I don't want to take care of Shaylin. I don't want to be her fucking doctor. I want to fuck her corpse. I don't want to be her doctor. The whole point of the conversation is I don't want to have to lie to you or manage you. I don't want to manage your feelings in this conversation. I don't want to manage them. One thing I've been saying to her a lot is when you want me to parent you, I need you to explicitly ask me to parent you. I don't want you to try to get me to.
Yeah, but even at that, you need to use different words because nobody wants to feel like she's not really asking to parent you. She's just asking for some help.
She is. No, it's
from
fine.
your perspective. But from other people's perspectives, they're gonna say, "I just want you to be a normal, caring partner that's like has an investment in my feelings."
Fuck that. No. So I don't want appeals to normality. See, this is what I see in a lot of responses to this. I see people just being like, "Well, why can't you just be normal?" And like, well, okay, being normal means the man just parents the woman. That's what you mean by normal. That's what the default.
Yep, Scarlett.
Is, and I don't want that. I don't want that for my relationship.
The reason why that's great. And I said the exact same things to Melina. She'll say like, hey, like this is like a normal thing. Why can't you do this? And I'll say, well, if you want a normal thing, go find a normal guy because that's not what the fuck I'm here for. So I understand. I can empathize with you there. But you have to be aware of where the normal spectrum lies so that you can understand when you're making requests that are way outside the norm.
I understand that I am making a request that is outside the norm. And when I say, when my girlfriend wants me to become her dad, she has to actually know that that's what she is doing and say that. And so if she had said in the conversation, hey, can you take care of me for a second? I feel freaked out about this. I might have said yes. Or I might have said no. I would have been free to say no or yes, as I see fit. I would have been able to set my own boundaries. But by blurring her request and by saying, no, you've already agreed to this. You've already agreed to take care of me. And the way I'm going to ask you is by asking stupid questions that make no sense and sobbing in the other room.
Exactly, Amber.
No. Then I don't want to. I need explicitness.
Sure, I understand. I think that the realization that you have to have then is that what you're looking for, one, she might not be able to.
He's looking for someone that just wants to do his bidding. He wants someone that he can do whatever the fuck he wants when he wants. And fuck their feelings. That's what he wants. He doesn't give a fuck about their feelings. Yeah, exactly, Amber Chick. That's even too weird for me, and that is really saying something. I know that's right, Amber Chick. If Amber Chick is weirded out by this shit, it's weird. Just saying.
To even rise to that standard. I don't even say rise.
She did.
No, she
didn't.
She
eventually did.
After crying in another room and
yes,
trying to manipulate you.
Yes, if you want to, yes, she did a lot of horrible things that nobody's proud of in the conversation. But at the end of the conversation, I held my boundaries. I didn't rush to the other room and say, hey,
Did y'all hear that?
Crying in another room and trying to manipulate you.
Yes, if you want to, yes, she did a lot of horrible things that nobody's proud of in the conversation. But at the end of the conversation, I held my boundaries. I didn't rush to the other room and say, hey, eventually, she, was naked face down on the bed, just like I asked.
But I don't. If you were to ask her, does she think that there was a positive resolution to everything? Do you think she would say yes?
No, because I got what I want. I don't know what she would say.
Is there? Well, but isn't that? Isn't that like important?
I'm so happy that I don't know what she would say. I feel so proud of myself that I can have my own narrative of what happened that is not dependent on hers, and she can have her own narrative.
Okay.
That's what I want. What I want is to just like have something be for me.
Sure.
And the only way we can do that is if Shaylin delineates when something is for her. So she has to be more explicit about when something is for her and what role she wants me to play and what role she wants to play. And the more vague she is, the more power the underhanded person gets and the less power the explicit person gets. I don't want her to derive power from being vague.
The messaging he is sending to people is so gross. Who the fuck is his audience? Dude, you would be amazed at the people who watch him. And his core audience, they look at him as being enlightened and someone who teaches you how to look at the dark side of yourself and stuff like that. It's amazing.
It's a super bad idea, especially around sex.
I agree that it's a bad idea, but the problem isn't that she's like intentionally trying to
You
manipulate
think she's not capable of anything? Well, she's going to have
Not
to.
right now. No, I don't think. I think that there's like a set of
blame you,
tools that she hasn't
Amateur.
developed yet when it comes to establishing
this is-
boundaries, and because of that, you're able to take advantage of her inability to do that. I think that's the issue.
Oh, you think she's taking advantage of me?
No, because in this situation, you said you got what you wanted at the end, so she wasn't here.
Yeah, after hours of what I think is abusive and coercive behavior, eventually she was able to have a explicit, direct conversation with me.
She was abusive and coercive. Not him. She was. Yeah, you're exactly right, Lauren. It wouldn't be even ethical BSDM because he's explicitly refusing aftercare that makes him mad. Yeah. Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying she has to be perfect. I'm okay with her reaching for these dark side tools and me having to say, like, hey, I need you to stop doing that. And I'm okay with people thinking I'm a bad person. Well, I would rather they didn't. But I can withstand people thinking I'm a bad person or that I'm an abuser because I don't want to engage with somebody using these manipulation tactics on me. But eventually, if I hold my ground long enough, eventually
she'll break down. She'll lose the ability to advocate for her own interests, and she'll acquiesce to whatever your demands are. Does that sound a little bit not good?
No, because my demand is just that she come up with an answer. I'm not asking her to acquiesce to my sex demands.
But that's what it feels like to her. That's why she's saying.
No, it's not. That's where you're wrong about.
But she was
Shayla.
literally saying, she's saying, you're pressuring me, and you're like, how am I pressuring you? She says you're trying to pressure me into doing what you want me to do. That's what she's saying. I wrote the quote down. But you're not really, right? You're not. You said you'd be happy with either answer, but she doesn't feel that way. That's the issue.
I understand. Right? I get what you're saying. When she says that, it's not true.
Okay.
It's just not true.
But it's how she feels. Yeah, he is. That's the one thing I've noticed about him. He constantly wants to be the fucking victim.
So she doesn't feel pressured at all. She's lying about that.
She may think she feels pressured. But,
okay, so she's lying to herself.
But if you look at her behavior through the conversation, the thing that makes her freak out is me saying, I think you're being controlling. I think you're being abusive.
Yes,
and
Gummy.
I need you to be explicit about what you are saying. I need you to either explicitly say yes, explicitly say no, explicitly say you want to have this conversation, explicitly say you don't want to have this conversation.
Why do you think she's...
I even went as far as telling her exactly what she could say word for word to get out of the conversation.
Sure. When you said that she was upset, and that because you said that she was being controlling and abusive, why did that make her more upset? Why did she get really upset about that?
Because I'm taking her power away. When you call an abusive person abusive, you are demanding a transfer of power.
Yeah, let's
from them to
rephrase
you.
that a little bit more. Okay, so you're making her feel powerless in this interaction, right?
Yeah, because a lot of
somebody claims that you're
power,
pressuring them, and now you are depriving them of any power or agency in interaction. Of course.
No. I can understand that could be her feeling. If the only
that's
way
all that matters at the end of the day is how she feels.
If the only way you can express yourself is by throwing dishes at Melina, and then Melina says, "Stop throwing dishes at me," you may feel, "Oh, well, now you've rendered me entirely powerless because I can't talk about my feelings, I can't set boundaries, I can't negotiate with you, I can't be direct. All I have is this like plate of like spaghetti I was about to throw at you." Like, yes, I guess in a way she would be telling you have no power, but I think that's not a fair interpretation.
Yeah, but imagine if throwing dishes was the only tool that I had. Now it sounds like a weird example.
Then
you would think so, Adrian. Somebody hurt his feelings when it came to sex, or hurt him, or he had something traumatic happen to him. Something happened with him and sex. Something happened with him and a woman, or a girl when he was younger, or something. Something happened to him that has pissed him off.
So here's a question. Sure, here's a question. Let's say the only way I could get anything done is by screaming at people, right?
Yeah, and so eventually you may run into a partner who says like, I need you to stop screaming at me. And if that's the only way you have of advocating for yourself.
But if we have
you're not going to be able to advocate for yourself.
If you have a literal baby and all they know is to scream, you work around that.
Shayla's not my child.
She's not. But if she doesn't have the tools necessary to firmly establish a boundary and then talk around it, then all you're kind of doing is like taking away like you're duct taping a baby's mouth shut and saying, figure out another way to do this.
I'm not duct taping a baby's mouth shut by asking my adult girlfriend to learn how to set boundaries like a fucking normal.
If you want her to learn how to set boundaries, then you don't figure that out in the middle of a negotiation about things that the boundaries would be about.
So what are you suggesting I do? I say like, you're asking me to drop my boundaries and I don't want to.
Ha, Amber Che. This is what happens when an incel gets a woman. Yeah, pretty much.
Send her to therapy
Absolutely.
or something. Say, go to therapy.
Okay, but in the meantime,
Yeah.
yes, we're starting couples therapy.
Cool.
In the meantime, you're suggesting I just drop I'm saying she was breaking my boundaries in the conversation repeatedly. That every time we hit a snag, it's because I'm saying I don't want to communicate this way. And I won't.
You can't aggressively assert a boundary like that and say that my boundary is that when we're discussing something that I want, you're not allowed to obfuscate with questions. That's not a boundary.
No,
you have like a
boundary.
force field that's going into their brain. Okay.
No, that's not the boundary. She can do that, but I am going to then derail the conversation and only talk about it until she stops. So I'm saying I won't participate in the conversation. I won't participate in a conversation where you're saying, I don't know if I want to be talking about this. I'm not sure. That is going to break the negotiation, then stops. There's no more talk about sex after that. Then the only conversation we can have is...
High Priestess, I don't know about that. I've never heard that. I haven't heard that.
Well, are you in the conversation or are you out? Or are you making a power play by having one foot out the door? And if it's that one, that's all we're going to talk about for the rest of the conversation. I refuse to budge. Wait, stop. You agree? You admit that this is me setting a boundary. I'm not reaching into her brain. I'm just saying I'm going to flail and not fucking move an inch until you stop doing this.
It feels like you're the one that's more emotionally composed than the other in this situation, and the other person is flailing. And every time they're trying to they're like sliding off a mountain trying to grab a ledge, and every time they grab something, you're like, that's abuse, that's controlling, you're gaslighting. And it's like the other person isn't trying to do that. They're just trying to get their footing somewhere.
That's how all abusers feel.
She's not the abuser in this interaction. You're the one making the ask.
She is the abuser.
I think that you're the one making the ask for something.
Thank you, Creatively Insane, for the $3. I appreciate it. Fist bump. Adrian's like, who are you telling to stop on their own channel, right?
Like that's making her uncomfortable for some reason. You have to figure out why.
Abusers, okay, having been abusive in various interactions, I know what it feels like when you resort to an abusive tactic.
Sure.
I've been abusive with Shaylin recently. Like I've screamed at Shaylin.
But I
know that when I'm doing that, I feel like I'm sliding down a mountain and grabbing on to whatever I can.
I think that there's a difference.
That doesn't make it not abuse.
I think there's a difference between an abusive tactic that somebody uses to get control of themselves or to feel like they have presence in a situation versus an abusive tactic somebody might use to get something out of somebody else, right?
I don't know if that's true. I think, in my experience, every time I've never screamed at a girlfriend to try to make them do something. I'm always screaming at them to try to get some semblance of control. It's out of fucking panic. It's not out of like, you better fucking lie still for me, you little bitch. That's not the emotion I'm feeling.
Let's say Melina really wants to get dinner at a place. Okay, I really want to go to Fogo de Chao. I'm like, we're not going to Fogo de Chao. I don't feel like spending $200 there. And then she starts sobbing and crying. Okay, this is a little bit abusive. What the fuck, dude? Are you serious? We're gonna do this, right? Okay. Let's say that it's a different relationship, and I beat the shit out of her every time I lose a game of League. Okay, so she's gonna beat up a lot. Okay. Let's say that one day I come walking out of my room and I look like I've been playing League, but I haven't. I've been playing a different game, so I'm not a miserable fuck. But she sees me, and as soon as she sees me, she starts like crying to get me to feel bad. Like, is she technically being abusive there by trying to manipulate me with her emotions? A little bit, but it's way different than the Fogo de Chao thing, right? Like, there's a difference between being reactive in terms of how you're retreating in a conversation in an underhanded manner versus like proactively trying to get something, elicit something, extract something from somebody else. I think these
100%. If you're used to getting hit every time he came out that door because he lost a game of League, then your natural instinct is, oh my God, he's going to hit me. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. 100%.
These are fundamentally, and to call all of it abusive, I think misses the point of what's actually happening. We're missing what's going on in the interaction. Like if Shaylin were to come to you and she were to be like, hey, like I really want to peg you tomorrow, and you're like, I don't know, and she's like, okay, this is bullshit. Like you're not hearing me, I don't feel seen, but and you're like, well, you know, she's like, no, like I don't know. Right?
I would never react that way.
That's great. Hold on, I don't care how you react, but I'm just saying in that case, if she was using the same tactics, but she was making the big ask, then I'd say like, okay, yeah, this is like pretty shitty or abusive. I can see that.
Okay, but that's not what happened though. The analogy would be if I said yes, you can peg me tomorrow. I just want to ask you though, what time tomorrow? And she's like, well, it's not, I'm just trying to ask you if I can peg you tomorrow. And I'm like, well, what time would it be at? And I get this like very frantic, like, I just want to know what time, is it too much to ask to just know what time it's going to be tomorrow? And then she's like, well, I feel like you're kind of making this about you now, where you're acting as though you're really concerned about what time it's going to be, as if that's like, would it make a difference what time it was? And I'm like, no, it wouldn't make a difference. And she's like, okay, well then I feel like you're kind of being controlling by asking this. And I'm like, how is this controlling? And then I run to the other room and start crying. That would be the analogy. So you keep acting like she said she wasn't sure. But she did not freak out until I said.
She doesn't seem to be sure. She might not have said she wasn't sure, but all of her emotional languages, all of her body language and nonverbal cues are like saying a different story, right?
I think you have a highly charitable read of her body language, and that you think she's unsure about the sex, and I think she's unsure about saying things are okay, making agreements, sticking to things, losing the power of ambiguity and vagueness.
He is such. Oh my God. I don't get it. I don't understand how people haven't clocked this about him. I mean, I can't understand But I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm older and I have lived most of my life not being online. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's what it is. I didn't even get into a resemblance of being online until I was like 35. I've only been online for like 10 years. YouTube, I've only been really watching YouTube for the last 5 or 6. And the first part of me watching YouTube wasn't hardcore YouTube. I don't understand how people don't get that vibe check off of him. Paige says he's either emotionally inept or manipulative, and I'm thinking it's both. I think it's both too. To be honest, I'm thinking it's both too. And that's a bad combination.
Losing the power of being able to say retroactively, you know what, I wasn't okay with any of this. I retroactively do not consent to everything that you and I just did, and therefore you're the abuser. Which is the entire thing I'm trying to get away from, this feeling of never knowing if the rug of me being allowed to do what I'm doing is going to be pulled out from underneath me.
Okay. Well,
she gets a lot of power from having her hands on that rug.
I need to moderate a conversation between you and her, okay? I'm so curious what it looks like.
I know. So when you see her waffling, like, I don't know if I want to do the sex act, I see her hands reaching for the edge of that rug. And she's getting it nice and taut, and she's getting ready to yank it. And so I'm doing everything I can to prevent her from doing that. I'm like, okay, if you don't want to be in the video, then walk away. You don't have to be in the video.
I'm negotiating a sex act with somebody, and they feel like they're on the other end of it, or they're waffling. I would just interpret that as like a no. Like, if you're uncomfortable, then clearly something.
She didn't waffle about the sex act.
But she was asking all these questions about it and everything, which makes it
That's
seem
not waffling. I know. Again, you interpret that as waffling. I interpret. Just look at it from my point of view. It's fine if you don't agree with me. Okay. But do you see how if I feel like Xylie is preparing the following power moves? I never really agreed to this. I never agreed to this conversation. You sprung this conversation on me. You won't tell me the details of what happened. And any one of these can be used to pull the rug out from underneath me and say, basically you raped me.
I mean, what it sounds like to me is what she's saying is that, like, I love you. I want to make you happy. I do want to do the sex act. I just want to make sure this other shit is like taken care of so that I'm like emotionally.
She's the devil, and you just don't see it. If you saw it the way I see it, can you see how in that conversation then every time I see her reaching for the rug, I'm just trying to keep her hands off it.
The longer I hear this man talk, the longer that I want to say words that would make me lose my YouTube channel. Honestly. The longer I hear this man talk, the more and more I want to use words. I want to use my in real life words. I'm telling you, this bullshit that he's talking, he wouldn't last long. He wouldn't last long. He would not last long.
I'm saying, if you don't want to be in the conversation, then just walk out. If you don't want to do this,
but she doesn't want to do that because
I get it now. So he had an experience once where he negotiated a sex act and someone regretted it after and felt abused, and he actually hates himself for that. So that's why he doesn't want responsibility. Do you think it's that, or he just doesn't want to? Okay, it's either that, or he is so narcissistic that he gives no fucks about anybody else's emotions and feelings. He gives no shit. It's all about him. Period, point blank, period. Everything is about him.
She loves you.
If you don't want to do the sex thing with me, then just say no. If you want to talk about it more later, then say, let's talk about this later. What else can we talk about? If you want to walk out of the room, walk out of the room. You have all the power as long as you do it explicitly. But what you can't do
It could be both. It absolutely could be both.
Be passive and vague and then pull the rug out from underneath me and say that I forced you to do something. That's the only thing I'm trying to prevent her from doing in the entire conversation. And I think I did a pretty good job.
Okay. Well, when are we getting Xylie on here, Max?
I think I have to protect her from the masses.
Well, why are you doing her videos?
Because I'm a bad person. No, because I think it's different. Because in a video, I can control what happens. I can edit it. I can.
It feels weird that, like, because both of us right now have a different interpretation of her internal emotional state. And
yes. Well, Shaylin's not the best at interpreting her emotional state anyway.
No, but I think.
Yes, Gummy. Yes, yes, and I think that's why he mentioned it, but he goes, but I don't want to use it. Absolutely, 100%. I agree with you.
I feel like Xylie would have an interesting perspective on Shaylin's internal emotional state. Worth considering.
She would,
maybe.
but that's I am going to protect her from live streaming.
Okay. Gotcha. Well,
also, even if she comes on and agrees with me, you're not gonna be like, I stand corrected. You're just gonna say like, oh, well, I guess he got to you.
No, I would be super interested. There are tons of things that she could say that would dramatically change.
He couldn't protect her by putting that video out, though, could he?
Change the way that I view the situation.
God,
that's
my
absolutely possible.
shoulders.
Like she might say, like she could come on and she could say, I have a lot of personal problems sometimes setting boundaries. Like I have no problem doing things with Max. Sometimes I get nervous and I just like ask like stupid fucking questions that don't matter like in a week anyway. And then when we get around to things, like none of it ever mattered. But I don't know why I just have a habit of doing dumb shit. Like if she says shit like, okay, maybe I do dumb shit. Like I give really good advice on my stream and I follow none of it. Okay, I have a whole bunch of problems in my relationships where I just do dumb shit. So like I could believe that like people fuck up and do things. She could also say other things though that would reinforce my view. Where she's like, I don't actually like any of these sex acts at all, but like I super love Max and I feel like when he talks to me, like he's always on the verge of getting super pissed off at me. That like anytime I try to get any clarification on anything ever, he gets really mad. So I feel like I have to talk around it just to get like some emotional reassurance because I can't ask for it directly or talk about the act directly. And then that leads to him like she could say that. Like,
Well,
okay,
she would be so stupid if she said. I mean,
no, she wouldn't be. She would just.
Oh, Paige, he repeats it. He repeats it like, remember how I showed that tweet where he went online and did a point by point? I didn't watch that one fully, but he said that he's not going to let her go online and talk about it. But he can have a whole ass conversation about it. He does gross shit like this, and then he clout chase off of the gross shit. And unfortunately, that's the reason why people think he's fucking trolling. I think he's I really do. You can't change my mind on this. I think he's hiding in plain sight. And if he isn't, and this is all an act, it's an act from her and it's an act from him. One, they are ridiculously good at acting. But two, even if they are acting, the messaging that you are putting out there is gross. It is disgusting.
Just be expressing her emotions, like.
But that would be so stupid because I'm literally telling her if you just say explicitly what you're feeling or what you want, then we'll be fine.
Yeah, but
the
it doesn't.
Thing I'm mad
People
about
don't.
is that you're being underhanded.
People aren't computers. You don't input code and get out a reliable response every single time, right? We work on way more abstract levels than that. Most people do.
That's what we do here, Claude. We're going to hold hands and deal with this together.
I think you're too charitable to women.
It's not to women. It's to people.
Look,
I
he
do this
says
stuff.
it
I think you're too charitable to women.
Twice. He's done said it, what, 3-4 times now? Total? He has a problem with women.
How? Why?
See, people keep saying it's because you're a coomer or it's because you're trying to fuck Brittany Simon or something. I think that's stupid. Obviously, I don't think you're trying to fuck Brittany Simon.
Okay.
I just think you're too charitable to women.
I'm charitable to everybody. I'm being very charitable to you in this conversation.
Look, he just checked him. I'm being very charitable to you in this conversation. And he is. Destiny already knows he's being charitable. So my thought is, Destiny has other thoughts running in his mind. He actually wants to just flat out call him, that was abusive as fuck in that video. But he's talking to him to basically make him expose himself, in which he did in this conversation.
Charitable to me.
I'm being very charitable to you. If I wanted to, I could have a Vosh conversation with you where I just call you an abuser and hang up.
Wait, but is that what you think?
There's a chance you could be, but I'm not leading into that as much.
Wait, but what do you think? What do you actually think?
I think I've told you what. I think that what's the nicest way I can say this? I think that some people have.
No, I don't want you to say it in the nicest way. I want to know what you actually think. Like,
Sure.
what are you gonna?
I think that some people are charismatic and they know how much they can get or push other people into agreeing with, and that some people, I think that some people can unhealthily thrive in the ambiguity of other people's personal boundaries. I used to do this in my early 20s. If I knew that somebody was waffling on something, I can always put a foot in there and force you into a position. Very, very, very easy to do that. I don't do this anymore, but I understand that feeling of like, if you're undecided, I will make the decision for you, and I know I can do that. And that's a thing that people do. And when I watch you and Shaylin interact sometimes, Shaylin's boundaries and borders seem very, very ill-defined sometimes, and you can very much like step a foot in and go, this is where your boundary is going to be. If you don't like it, tell me that you fucking hate me. You don't hate me? You do love me, right? This is your boundary. Stop being stupid. Boom, boom, boom. That's the feeling that I get when I watch you
I feel like you're conflating two things.
Exactly. He's right.
Go for
conflating me saying what her boundary should be with me telling her she has to have one. If I was trying to just talk her into having doll sex with me once a month, when she asks what day of the month how we're counting it, wouldn't I just say, oh, however you want to count it? Like if I'm trying to get the goal, if that's my goal, wouldn't I just say, yeah, let's do it by calendar month?
Yeah, but you won't say that because you feel like she's playing a game and you don't want to play it, right?
Okay, so then the thing I'm trying to get her to do is be explicit and set.
Yeah, but here's what I'm not sure because of the power dynamics of the because I don't know. I don't see enough, right? This is why I'm honest. I don't go into like, oh, I know because I don't know. Yeah. But it could be the case that, and I don't know your history. Okay. Maybe she's asserted a certain boundary in the past that's really angered you, and maybe she actually does super love you or is infatuated with you or whatever, and she's worried that if she asserts a boundary that you don't like, you're going to react negatively, and that's where she says like you're pressuring me, even though from your perspective you're not pressuring her at all. I'm not trying to pressure you to say that. Just pick something.
But what do you think? Are you saying you don't know?
I can only give you like degrees of probability. Like the wave function doesn't collapse until I talk to her. I just told you. Oh, in terms of what or which part?
I don't know. What's your? What do you think?
Oh shit, my bad.
Give me in this situation.
My thoughts don't crystallize until I get more information. It's hard to say.
See, that's what I'm saying. He's trying. I think Destiny's trying to figure out if this is fake or real. I think Destiny is actually trying to figure out MrGirl. I really do. I think he's actively trying to figure this motherfucker out.
Okay.
It looks kind of abusive, but I don't know. But I don't have information. You guys been together for what, like 7 years or some shit? So
okay. So I think you're too charitable to women.
Okay.
There he goes
Maybe.
again.
And not in the sense of I think you are purposefully taking a charitable view of women. I'm saying I think your actual views of women are too charitable.
When you say charitable, what you really mean is like infantile.
I think your actual views on women are charitable. I tell you what. Ooh, I tell you what.
Or something, right? Or what do you mean by that?
I think the part where whenever you create a metaphor to compare my relationship to Shaylin is that she's like a baby or with duct tape over her mouth, or she's like a doctor's patient. I think that's kind of infantilizing. Not necessarily that you're infantilizing women, but that you just seem to take it for granted that like I should be parenting her. So I guess that's kind of infantilizing, but it's more like
Well, I guess when I see
it's like,
Okay, message to all men out there and women, actually. Message to everyone, all right? Because, you know, message to everyone. Where it is not your job to be your partner's parent, obviously, in a good relationship, you still take feelings into consideration. You still take their boundaries into consideration. You should have conversations about their feelings and their boundaries, you know, because your partner, if it's a relationship, I mean, sex partner, obviously, but I mean, if it's like in a relationship that y'all been together for years, that should be your best friend. That should be the person that you could tell anything to. And you can tell them your feelings about anything, and you will receive their feelings about everything. That should be your best friend in the world. Do you want to hurt your best friend? Do you want to not care about how your best friend feels? That makes no fucking sense to me. It makes no fucking sense.
It's like you don't want to just tell her like, well, fucking grow up.
Yeah, there's like, I guess when I see a dynamic where one person appears to be far more aggressive and confident, the other person is a little bit more wavery, I tend to, if this is the totality of like a person's boundaries, like this, and they're like wavering like here, I'll instantly assume it's like all the way on the other end, because I'll grant that, because like it could be, and I don't want to force somebody to agree to something or do something where they're not 100% like with both feet in the water or whatever. So it looks charitable, I guess, but
well, you're very charitable about the intentions of women.
Not necessarily. What do you mean? I think we actually.
Well,
both agree on
I
her
make a whole
intention.
video. Okay, we agree that Shaylin is manipulative and trying to get power. And
that's exactly what I was going to say. She is absolutely trying to get power. I just don't agree that that's always a bad thing. If somebody feels powerless in an interaction, I would expect them to try to get power. That makes sense. I don't think that's a bad thing necessarily. And if somebody's constantly vying for power, then there's two possibilities. Either one, they're an abuser or a predator, and they're trying to gain an unhealthy power, or two, they feel powerless in an exchange, and they're trying to at least feel heard or seen.
I think those are the same. I think that's
they're totally different. Those are.
I think that's exactly what abusers and predators are.
Okay.
People.
Dude, I can't believe you. Oh, his messaging is so bad. Oh my God. Yeah, no, he does get angry. He absolutely. All right, creatively insane. Have a great night.
Who feel powerless, who cannot feel powerful via normal means, and so they resort to the dark arts.
Yes, and you literally just described yourself there, buddy.
I disagree, but
manipulators. I mean, if you could get all the same power by not being manipulative, why wouldn't you just do that?
Well, because you're talking about a fully fleshed out, fully matured person that's able to establish how, like, this is, like, fucking probably less than like 2% of people on the planet are capable of, like, setting and respecting and having, like, super strong boundaries and doing that in the middle of the discourse. It's a really difficult skill to pick up. You have to be very deliberate about it.
It's a spectrum.
Sure, and Shaylin is obviously pretty far down on that spectrum in the opposite way that she should be.
Yes. I guess I think the way you frame it enables her to stay there.
It's not that I'm
enabling. I should
enabling.
just pick up the slack instead of just being like, well, yeah, we're gonna have an impact. Anytime she says the only way I'll interact with you is in a way that you think is abusive.
Well, that's because
then, like,
I'm talking to you right now. I'm telling you.
Well, why should I pick up the slack? Why aren't you saying?
Because you can't. Because I'm not talking to her. If I was talking to her, my conversation would have nothing to do with your actions. My conversation with her, like, hey, you need to figure out your boundaries way better before you engage in a conversation with Max. You need to figure out like what's okay and what's not okay. You need to be able to communicate with him in a language that he understands. You have to like, if you feel yourself getting emotionally dysregulated, pull back from the circumstance, take an hour, and then come back. That would be my suggestions to her, right? But I'm not talking to you.
Not an hour of sobbing loudly, a silent hour.
Well, it depends on how upset she is, right?
I guess my problem is that you're asking me to enable her, and you're saying because you're saying it's bad to have conflict. Almost, it's like you're saying,
no. What?
Like I think you should be proud of me. I think you should be saying, wow, she really threw everything she could at you in a video. You know you're going to publish to the internet, so you know it's going to make you look terrible. She did every manipulation tactic that you were calling her out on, and you still didn't give in. You didn't break, Max. You were strong. You did something today for men all across the world, and just people, but especially men. You did not cave. You did not say, oh, okay, if you want.
See, he hates women.
Want me to parent you, you need me to parent you, but you won't say it. Fine, I'll be your daddy. I'll just be your default, emotional regulator and processor whenever you need me to be. You didn't do that, Max. You didn't give in. You held your ground. That's great. Allow there to be an impact. Allow her. So what if she has to run out of the room screaming? Let her do that. What's important is that you held your boundaries. You're not saying that. You're saying like, oh, you should have dropped it. Did you see how much she was crying, Max? Did you see how loud she was sobbing? You should have.
Organic says if he hates women, he should say that it's 2022. You don't have to be with a woman, right?
Drop your boundaries. Lower your standards so that Shaylin meets them whenever she's going to freak out. That's why she's freaking out, because she wants me to. I literally said to her, when she was crying, I said, "You're still trying to pressure me into doing what you want me to do," and she said, "Yes."
Okay,
I should get a fucking medal.
Okay, here's like my question. Okay.
He should get a fucking medal, y'all. We should be giving him a fucking medal.
Or let me give you a scenario. I'm just curious. Okay. We'll say I'm on Tinder, talking to a girl. We agree.
Yeah.
I'm gonna come over at 9 o'clock. We're gonna have sex at 9:05. We talk about it. That's the agreement. It's been like, yeah, come over. We'll chat for 5 minutes. We're gonna have sex at 9:05. You're gonna be gone by 9:30, 10 o'clock, whatever. Okay, cool. Got it. Boom. Let's say that I drive over there. I arrive 8:58. Okay. Get up the door. Open it. We get inside. We start chatting for a bit, and we both get naked. Let's say that she's sitting on the bed and it's 9:05. Okay. And let's say that she seems like a little bit nervous or fidgety, and she's like, hey, do you think we can chat for like 5 or 10 more minutes? Like, what is your response in that scenario?
Either yes or no.
Do you ever bring up the fact that like, hey, you already agreed to this
Amanda?
at 9:05? Like, why are you changing it? Why do you want to chat for? What are 5 or 10 more minutes of talking going to change?
Maybe if I felt like she's saying like, I feel weird about you, or I feel uncomfortable with you. If that made me uncomfortable, I might say why. Yeah, I could ask that.
And then what if she doesn't have a good answer? She's like, well, I want to chat for like 5 or 10 more minutes. Is that okay? I guess like the point that I'm getting at is it seems like people aren't always great at expressing themselves. I don't think you're necessarily treating them like a retarded child.
All right, hold on 1 second, guys. I gotta change headset. This shit's hurting my ears. Hold on. Woo! Yeah, how red my ears are from that headset. Good gracious. All right.
To say like, hey, well, let's figure out like what's going on, right? I think it's okay to try to take a step back and figure out like, well, emotionally, it seems like something is incongruent with something. Yeah.
But I don't have to have sex with her. That's what I'm saying. It's like I'm okay with showing up.
You literally started off this video with Shaylin though by saying you have to have sex with me, right? Like,
well, I didn't mean right now. I mean eventually we have to have
sure,
sex.
But it's the same thing, right? Like you're saying
no, it's
like,
not the same thing. Showing up somebody's house on a Tinder date on a one night stand is not the same thing as being in a long-term sexual relationship with somebody.
Yeah, Shaylin feels like there's a non-negotiable kind of on the table that she's trying to like.
There is. We have to have sex. Eventually, we have to have sex. That's a fact.
Yes, Spicy. Destiny is struggling to tell this grown man to act like an adult to another adult. Absolutely. 100%.
Romantic relationships. If you don't, then your relationship is no longer romantic, or you break up. But in order to have an ongoing sexual relationship, you have to have sex.
Sure, I agree with
eventually.
That. Yeah, of course. Okay. We were both
okay, so that's all I was saying. I was saying like
sure, but the framing of it that way, and then like the pushing.
Well, I think it's important to acknowledge like that she feels raped just by virtue of being in a relationship.
Does she
I think we both
that?
do.
I don't know if she.
No,
What?
Relationship, you have to have sex.
Sure, I agree.
Eventually.
Yeah, of course. Okay. We were both.
Okay, so that's all I was saying. I was saying like.
Sure, but the framing of it that way, and then like the pushing.
Well, I think it's important to acknowledge like that she feels raped just by virtue of being in a relationship.
Does she
I think we both do.
I don't know if she.
No, I was saying that. I was saying I think we both should acknowledge that there's an unfortunate thing about being like freaked out by sex and being in a relationship is that we are forced to have sex with each other eventually.
Well, you're not forced to because you could also just end the relationship, right?
Yes, that's I think that was implied. Yeah, obviously you can leave, but I'm saying if you're with me, you have to have sex with me.
Isn't that kind of a manipulative tactic or no? Like we have to do this or the relationship ends? Don't people use that sometimes to manipulate each other? Or
yes.
No, I wasn't saying we have to have sex in this way. Or
well, but we have to. Sure. Okay. All right. Is there anything else you want to go over? Or go for it?
The implication of the Tinder story is that you're just not okay with things being derailed. And I think that you lose a lot of power if you're not okay. Like Trump says, the biggest power is the power to walk away. And like if you don't like the questions the person's asking, you don't like what they're saying, then like, yeah, I don't have to have sex with this person just because I said I would. I can have an impasse with them. I can say, oh, you know what? The way you're saying you want to talk for 5 minutes makes me think that you're just another one of these controlling women who's going to string me along until you decide you want to have sex. What's the whole point of setting a time if you're going to tell me that you're going to just change the time? Like, no, I prepared myself for this. So if you don't want to have sex now, then we're not having sex. I think that's a perfectly reasonable thing for me to say.
Okay.
The classic Destiny okay.
I mean, I disagree with you, but I'm done fighting over you.
I know.
Yeah, Destiny's sick of the fucking conversation. That's where he said okay, as in shut the fuck up, I'm done with this.
But
I know what it means.
Is there anything else you want to talk about?
I don't think so.
I'm supposed to moderate a conversation between you and Eurodite. Is that happening?
Yeah, I said I felt a little too similar. Yeah, speaking of women, you're too charitable towards. I said I felt a little too similar to the Britney conversation.
Oh, Moohag, you're going to bed. Good night. Or whoever's going night. I just see Moohag going night, so night.
So I feel like we should wait a little bit, but yeah, right? What do you think?
Yeah, I think it'd be interesting. You were very uncharitable towards her. Holy shit. So yeah, I think it'd be...
Fire, Steven.
I'll do a better job, okay?
I'm going to help you with this. It's really going to be, it'll look like a moderated conversation between me and Erudite, but it's really going to be me doing an intervention with you.
Okay. I'm just there to moderate the conversation.
Smart. That's
In a demonic kind of way, you know?
She's controlling.
What,
when I say control, I mean underhanded. I'll start saying underhanded. I'm fine with Shaylin. You saw Shaylin get mad. Like she can be very controlling. Like when she's mad, that's fine. I don't mind her being controlling. It's underhanded.
I'm asking a question because I'm seeing this in chat. I don't know if this is true or not. People are making up lies, maybe. Somebody said, MrGirl literally doesn't allow Shaylin to have a cell phone or use the internet without MrGirl's consent. Is that true? Max.
Are you really asking me that?
Look, now he gets mad at Destiny for even reading that out. Watch.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, I want you to decide if you're actually asking me that.
I could see Max answering either way. I could see you saying on one hand, obviously she has a cell phone and access to the internet. It would be crazy for her not to. That would actually be insane for me to limit that. And then on the other hand, I could see you saying, I've been doing the online content world for quite a while. I don't think Shaylin could handle what she sees on the internet. I don't know if she has the responsibility to manage herself.
That's right. She has to be protected from the outside world.
She has to be protected from the crazy people online.
From her friends, from her family, her therapist.
Okay.
She can't talk to anybody.
So she at least has a limited cell phone plan, is what we're saying.
I guess you could call me.
Okay. McAfee free antivirus. Way to go, dipshit. That was a guy in chat that said that.
Okay, so it feels like you're saying that you're willing to believe all kinds of things about me.
See? Now Max is, I'm gonna be honest, I think MrGirl's starting to pick up on what Destiny's putting down.
How would I restrict her from having a phone? It's not fucking Saudi Arabia.
I have no idea. How would you post videos of her online when she's saying, I don't want this posted online?
Actually, you can. Because when I was in my relationship, my phone was on silent when I was home. Why? Because if I was going to talk to anybody on the phone, even my own fucking mother, I had to put it on speakerphone. So that my partner could listen to our conversation. Anyone I talked to. There was texting no one. Sometimes if it was emergency text, I would have to go to the bathroom just so I could text a friend. Even down to talking to my own mother, I had to put it on speakerphone so they could listen to the conversation. He had a MySpace, he had a Facebook, he was trying to pick up women. I wasn't allowed to have a Facebook. That's why I didn't get on the internet until I was like 36, 37. I wasn't allowed to have those things. I was allowed to interact on his when he was there. But I wasn't allowed to do. I wasn't even allowed to play online games with other people unless he could hear what they said. Because I giggled too much and I was laughing too much because somebody was being too funny. So yes, it is possible.
I don't know
That's a
you guys
good question.
I don't know what your relationship is like. My ability to judge character comes from the fact that I'm willing to reserve judgment until I've seen a lot of shit. A lot of people make snap judgments about people, but I keep an open mind. There's a lot of things that you could be, but I'm not going to be charitable and say, well, I think Max is a great person. I think he's everything, but I'm not going to be like an asshole and say like, oh, well, I think he does this horribly. But there's like,
But Brittany
there's a
Simon
whole...
and not so erudite and Shaylin of all fucking people, you're willing to say. Shaylin is the one who doesn't let me.
Here, wait, hold on. Let me be very clear. Here's what I say about you, Brittany, erudite. Okay, what I say is,
Oh, he doesn't like this. Watch.
you guys are very interesting. I enjoy my conversations with you.
I know what you say.
That's what I say. I don't sign off on
I
any
know
of
what
you.
you say.
I don't sign off on any of you as human beings. I just say that you guys are really interesting. I like talking to you. That's my fun part.
Not signing off on me as a human being is different from leaving the door open that maybe I don't allow my girlfriend to have a phone.
Why would do you think that I have enough information to 100% or 95% make a statement in those regards?
No.
I think you have enough information. I don't know how good you are at synthesizing that information. Are you saying you're a bad judge of character?
No, I think I'm a really good judge of character.
So if you're a good judge of character-
One of those
if you're
reasons
such a good judge of character-
because I'm willing to reserve judgment until I've seen a lot. Until then, I
So
get
you're a
every
good judge of
opportunity.
character. You're a good judge of character by not even being a judge of character. is that what
Exactly.
you're saying?
Because anybody that thinks that they can come to 100% conclusive things about a person's personality or character with a few online conversations I've never mentioned in real life is fucking delusional. I'm too old for that. I've been in real life too long for that. And anybody that says otherwise is lying to themselves or lying to everybody else. Absolutely.
Do you think you're good at knowing when people are lying to you?
It's going to depend on the topic.
Interpersonally?
I think generally, but it's going to depend on that's going to be so context dependent. But generally,
I think when people say good judge of character, I'm angry. I'm angry at you. I'm angry that you're asking me. I'm angry that you're.
Yeah, I'm Lauren
asking me
Southering you,
if I
where you're
allow-
like, do you really think I like kids? Is that what's happening right now? That's what you're. Yeah, go for it.
No, because you're not lying.
No, I'm not.
So that's not. You're not Lauren Southering me.
Oh,
Lauren
okay.
Southering was lying.
Oh.
You're not lying.
Okay.
I'm angry that you genuinely don't know if I allow my girlfriend to have a phone.
How could he know that? He's not there with y'all.
Given the content of your
He's pissed off because Destiny isn't just saying, oh no, Mr. Girl wouldn't do that. I know Mr. Girl. Max wouldn't do that. I know Max. He doesn't know. He's not in that house with you. He's not a roommate of y'all. He doesn't see you in real life. How would he know that? He's not going to set himself up and say, oh yeah, I know for a fact.
words that I've consumed, and given the totality of your online presence,
The totality.
if it came out that that was the case, do you think that most reasonable people would be like, oh my god, Mr. Girl doesn't like his girlfriend like on someone's show? I had no, that's crazy. I would have never guessed that. I think the reaction would be like, yeah, you know, possible, right?
I don't think that's reasonable.
Okay, maybe. I think that with the character that I project online, not the character, my personality is relatively atypical in a lot of ways. If it came out that like I like murdered my girlfriend or something, or I don't know, I'm trying to think of something like this. I can understand. It might be frustrating to me because I feel
I
this
know,
sort of-
Kimberly.
but I understand a lot of people being like, yeah, no shit. Like he shouts at our stream, he makes jokes about killing people all the time. Like he's
They're not
talking about
reasonable.
what?
That's not a reason. You said most reasonable people.
I can understand it. I think a reasonable person would be like, oh yeah, sure, yeah.
I think it's an unreasonable estimation of your character to think that you're going to kill your girlfriend or wife.
I mean, I would hope that most people think that, but like, depending on like what people see, the shades of you that you see online, the shades that are seen of you online, people's perceptions of that, how normal people act versus somebody like me, or even somebody like you might act. I think that there are a lot of possible actions that I could do that wouldn't surprise the internet.
I think that me saying I need you to set clear boundaries with me and stand up for yourself and stop acting like a child does not translate in the mind of a reasonable person to you're not allowed to have a phone.
Sir, by the way you were acting in that video, first of all, you weren't saying those things in that video. And second of all, by the way you were acting in that video, yeah, I could believe it. If it came out and we had solid proof, and there was solid proof that you wouldn't let her have a cell phone, I'd believe it. I'd 100% believe it. Just by the way he acted in that video.
That's not what, if
those are
that's
diametrically opposed.
I agree, but that first thing never happened. Whatever you just talked about was a fantasy in your mind. What you were
You
doing
don't-
is
you
you were
don't think
those
that-
statements that you were making coincided with you pushing aggressively for an action that she
Tell me,
seemed to
you
be
caught me what action when I wasn't
to be able to
insulting you.
have
Holy fucking shit, are you?
to be able to have some sort of sexual interaction with her.
How did I push aggressively for that?
Because you literally said that at the end of a conversation where she was like sobbing for a few minutes in the other room, you still got that win. And then when I asked you further, like, how
No,
do you,
wait, no, how
and then you said
I
you didn't
got
care how
it.
she felt about it. You're like, I don't care if she felt okay or not.
Boom.
I said I don't
Boom. Thank you, Destiny. Thank you.
want to be my responsibility.
That's
Yes,
fine. But I'm just saying that like
How did I
yes,
how did I aggressively push for it?
I would argue that anytime you're trying to get a concession
And that's one thing about Mr. Girl. He never answers direct questions. He never answers directly. Never. And you see that time and time again with this motherfucker. He argues in circles. He answers questions with questions. He never answers directly. Yeah, exactly, DD. Yes. Yes.
out of somebody that's highly emotional and you continue to push for that concession, it's a pretty aggressive action.
When did I even continue to push for the concession?
The fact that you would even still entertain the possibility of what you were going for once she's already gotten emotional and started crying.
Okay, so now we're saying that if I ask Shaylin for something and she starts crying and I still even allow her to consent, then I'm aggressively pushing for it.
Yes, I would say so.
Can we invent a new category for that is not lumped in with me saying, like, if I
I'm
said,
not saying it's rape. I'm not saying anything like that. It's not like rape or anything.
I'm not saying it's rape. I'm not saying you're saying it's rape. I'm saying if I said, hey, wait a second, you're crying and I still haven't gotten my answer. I need you to do this for me. Remember, we're going to break up if we don't do this. I need this from you. You have to do this. Wouldn't that be aggressively pushing? Like, but you're saying that even allowing her to continue the conversation with me. This is why I'm saying that it's too.
But it's not even like allowing her to continue, right? She like it's at a couple points she exited or wanted to exit the conversation, right? Like it's
no. I said, do you want to exit the conversation? You can exit the conversation whenever you want. I wasn't even aggressively pushing for that. The only thing I was pushing for is I need you to decide if you want to have the conversation. I need you to decide. I need you to be explicit about what you're saying. I never aggressively pushed her to for any sex thing at all.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You absolutely did. Yeah, like that word of allow. Oh, really? Oh, wow. Okay, well, maybe because I knew somebody named DD and that's how it was spelled.
I did was ask her.
Okay. I understand your.
He's laughing at him because he knows he's full of shit. Destiny's not dumb. Listen, Destiny says some stupid shit. Destiny has done some stupid shit. But I'm telling you, he's got MrGirl clocked. It's just he's not outright saying it because if he's wrong, he's going to look dumb. That's why I'm continually say it's a win-win situation for me. Because if something comes out later on and it shows proof of him being some kind of abusive or anything like that, then I can raise my middle fingers up and scream to the high heavens, fuck you all, I told you so. But if it never comes out, his messaging in his videos are still wrong. It's a win-win situation. The way I look at it. Because you can't tell me that messaging in that video was good.
Perspective. Because you feel like you're saying all the right words. But I guess there's a lot of emotional subtext that I would like. If I, here's like
you're asking me.
Yes, I'm asking you to read that. Yes, I am. Yes.
And so that is our central disagreement.
I understand, but like if I meet a person, we've talked about fucking, we've figured out the boundaries, and I meet them in real life, and they seem a little bit iffy, and then maybe even we go to do it, like wait, hold on, I need a moment, and they like start crying a little bit. Chances are we're not having sex at all that night. I don't care if they stop and they're like, okay, I think I'm okay now, or whatever. Like it's probably like, okay, let's just take a step back. But if you're like, okay, are you done crying now? Can we keep going? Like that feels a little bit aggressive.
That's not a fair analogy. I didn't say, are you done crying now? Can we keep going?
No, but. Kind of.
I said what I would say in that situation. What I said in that situation is I would say I need you to figure out what's going on, and then.
Dude, you laughed at her when she started to cry, like in her face, in her face.
You to make up your mind.
But like, wouldn't the more,
A wise man once said that if you need somebody else to figure out your sexual boundaries for you, you're acting like a retarded child.
For sure.
Where's the omni-liberal when I fucking need him?
If I told you, if I was having a conversation with Shaylin, my advice would be geared towards her, and I would be very critical of her actions. But I'm not talking about Shaylin.
But I want Shaylin to change.
That's great, but you can't change somebody that you're negotiating against. That's the issue, right?
Well, I want our dynamic to change. And
yeah,
so
but you want it to change. But you have to understand, on your end of the negotiation, you only care about Max. It's not your job to change her to better suit you. That's the issue.
Thank you. Yes.
I want to change.
Do you?
Yes. Just not in the direction you seem to fucking want me to, but I want to change in the opposite direction. I want to be less the way you're telling me to be.
Well, if that's the case, then what I would say, oh no, so you want to be even more aggressive, or not aggressive, but more, whatever Max says.
I want to be more me. I want to be more me. I want to advocate for myself better.
Well, that fucking conversation was not it. I can tell you that now.
I want to be me. I don't want to be a hybrid of me and Shaylin, and Shaylin just gets to be Shaylin. I want to be me. I don't want to be her parent. I don't want to be a parent of everybody. I just want to be me, and I want to be able to advocate for my own interests. And you're saying that I have to be so tuned into her that if I detect any hesitation or discomfort, that I'm basically forcing it on her if I don't immediately like withdraw my request, as if she's a retarded child.
Yes, Pagan.
We should all treat each other like retarded children, Max.
I'm basically forcing it on her if I don't immediately like withdraw my request, as if she's a retarded child.
We should all treat each other like retarded children, Max.
You're not treating me like a retarded child.
Yeah, that's not why I'm screaming at you that you're an abuser. You're only upset because you're trying to push me to give a concrete
See, Destiny just said it again. Destiny's dropping hints. He's got Max figured out. He just cannot say it outright. And I can understand why Destiny isn't saying it outright.
Declaration of your character. I don't really know you well enough to do that. I would never, like there are a ton of stories because of the type of person, and because of the type of person I am as well. There's a ton of stories that could be released about either of us, where any reasonable person could look and go, yeah, sure. Like if a story got released tomorrow, I like shooting. I just recently like trap shooting. It's a lot of fun. If a story got released tomorrow that Destiny was at a range and he said to the person next to you, wow, you're black just like your gun. And then they got into a scuffle and Destiny shot and killed him. I think a lot of people could read that and be like, you know what? I think Destiny could say some dumb shit like that. Now, personally, I would never say anything so stupid. And it would bother me.
I know that.
You don't know that. You don't know me well
I do know
enough.
that.
You don't know that. You're being too charitable to me. You're being too charitable. I'm telling you that.
No, I'm being too charitable maybe to my own judge of other people's characters.
Okay, some people do that. But I'm just saying that like there is some dumb shit that people could say about me that I think even somewhat book smarts. We got into an issue where he was like, Destiny was in a restaurant and he said the N-word really loudly and there was like black people there or whatever. And I was like, and there were a lot of people around. I was like, yeah, Destiny, I guess he could say something. Like he seems really great. I was like, no, what the fuck? No. But like, I mean, given like how edgy I am online and everything, I could see, it sucks, but I can see some people saying that. I'm just saying that like, yeah, having like a really good judge of character. I don't know if I ever told you this. I think I have. My requirement for a good judge of character is that I've been through something where somebody is tested where they have to make a hard decision. One where they could either throw me under the bus, or one where they have to make a sacrifice to choose to do something, and then I see them choose otherwise. Because when it comes to streamers, 99% of the times, the choices that we make are not only the best for our careers and financially viable, they're also like the choices that end up being the things that work well in life. Like people will be like, oh my god, like it's so brave that this guy had a really difficult conversation with his mom on stream. I was like, yeah, I guess, but I was gonna pay a lot of money for it. I got a lot of hits on my YouTube for it. Like that wasn't a hard decision, Like there's a lot of choices that people make that kind of seem hard, but they're always like super beneficial. This is my big criticism of like Hassan and Vosh. People are like, look at how committed they are to their causes. They did big fundraisers. Yeah, because they can show how much clout they have with a dollar amount. Yeah, because they get a ton of viewership doing it. These aren't hard choices to make. A hard choice would be donating $50,000 of your own cash. That would be kind of a hard choice, right? But that's all I'm saying. I haven't been in a situation with you where I've seen you have to make a really difficult choice because that's where I can divine somebody's character. Now I see what kind of person you are. It's not like a personal insult or anything. It's just like reality, right? In my opinion. So I don't think you're a horrible person or a bad person, but I don't know if you're a good person because I'm honest.
I know.
Sure.
See?
Maybe someday we'll be in a situation. I'll wake up and you'll be standing up by me with a knife. And you'll say, I could have killed you in your sleep and I didn't. And I'm like, you know what, Max? At the very least, I know that about you. Thank you. Then I'll go back to sleep. I hope you don't kill me.
And then when you wake up, you'll know I'm a good person.
Exactly.
I think not judging character is more like knowing that you're not a good judge of character. That's not being a good judge of character. That's just knowing that you shouldn't.
Okay. I understand a lot of people feel that way.
I don't even know what situation could be like that where I could.
That's why you never know until shit happens. You never know, huh?
That's true.
All right. Well, send me the blackmail information about yourself, and then we can figure out.
I'll see if you leak it. Okay.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
He's really upset. He's upset. Look at that silence. That silence is so... Oh my god. That's so awkward. Cringe. Look at him. He looks like a puppy dog. Look at his face.
You think it's unreasonable that I'm mad at you about this?
I would say so, but I understand your anger because I'm empathetic. But if somebody told me, I don't know if I can trust you. Yeah, I get it.
Well,
like if Brittany or like Lauren or Nick or you or somebody was like, oh, like, I don't know if I can trust you 100%. Like, yeah, that's fair, 100%. Especially with my history, sure.
I don't know if I can trust you 100% is different from I don't know if you allow your girlfriend to have a phone.
I don't have any insight into your guys' relationship, and everything I've seen is like super like, oof. So I don't know. I just don't know. I wouldn't make a statement about it. I'm not sure. I'd be open to all possibilities.
I just want to clarify that's different from... I don't want you to reframe this that I'm angry that you said, I don't know if I can trust you 100%. That's
sure, I understand. Here, like, I would say that of all possible worlds, in the majority of those possible worlds, you would allow your girlfriend to have a cell phone. In over 65%, in over 75% of those worlds, you'd have your girlfriend have a cell phone. So there aren't that many where she wouldn't, so...
And what do you think is unreasonable about me being angry about that?
I think that you should understand that I don't have a lot of intimate penetration into your relationship and your personal life. I haven't seen it. So why would I take a strong stance on how you guys conduct yourselves privately? I just wouldn't know. Maybe she doesn't even like cell phone stuff that much. Or maybe she's like a more subservient kind of person. She's like, oh, if you like this, I'll do this, whatever. She's like very housewifey. I don't know. Maybe it's possible. I don't know that.
You've seen the kitchen.
Especially in the same conversation where you told me, I don't let her talk to people online because I'm protecting her from the internet. That opened up like from all possible worlds from like 80%, then it went down to 75%. Now there's like more possible worlds where maybe Max like, you don't get a cell phone.
I didn't mean I don't let her. I meant I will not platform her talking to people.
If she reached out and she was like, I'm going to talk to Eurodite about our relationship on stream, would you be okay with that?
No, but I wouldn't physically stop her.
Would you like break up with her?
No.
Okay.
I would say I don't want you to do that. I think you're interfering with my work and my art. And make a...
See, he even covers it up as art. Oh god, he's so insufferable.
Fucking painting about it or something.
What if Shayla reached out to talk to me? Would you like that, or would you not be okay with that?
I'd be a lot more okay with that than Erudite, but I would talk to you on stream. If she want to talk to you privately, then I would be happy. I'd be happy with that. If she want to talk to you on stream, yeah, I would tell her not to do that.
Okay.
I would just say that you're undermining my voice. Like, this is my thing. talk about me in another arena or way. But if you come into my like professional artistic sphere and start contradicting or even validating my narratives and my work, then you're I don't know.
That's super unfair.
It'd feel invasive.
Okay.
Why is that unfair?
Because you've made your relationship and your disagreements in your relationship part of your work. So it seems a little strange that you can have your voice fully represented there, but you're worried about her representing hers.
Yep. Exactly.
I'm worried about her representing hers in a way that undermines mine. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're undermining her, right? But that's okay. You're okay undermining.
No, I'm not undermining her. I'm painting a picture of her.
A really undermined one. You called her a demon.
Well, it's only undermined assuming you think she disagrees with it. But
well, I imagine she probably doesn't see herself as a demon or demonic or manipulator or abuser. Like in that 30-minute.
Well, you can imagine all you want,
okay,
but that don't make it true.
Maybe she agrees. Maybe she.
So Shaylin has a comic about our relationship that she draws, and she posts them on Twitter.
Okay.
Her Twitter is sheebijeebies. If you guys want to look at it.
Okay.
I think it's 1E _ and then JEEBIE. Or she's Ms. Boy on Twitter. Okay. But so she has a comic about a relationship, and like that's her thing. And so if her comic got really popular, and then I was like, well, I don't like how you're representing our relationship in your comic, so I'm going to also make a comic, and then start drawing comics that contradict your comic. I think that would feel a little invasive. So I'm fine with her speaking publicly about our relationship. I just don't want her to do it in the same medium, in the same way, and sort of use my megaphone to contradict me. Like the only reason you would talk to her or Erica would talk to her is because I'm a streamer. It's not because, that's not her thing.
I got it. It's a really good rationalization, so I'll accept it.
Doesn't sound like it.
He is so butthurt over this conversation with Destiny.
What's on the agenda for Max? You got anything fun coming up?
Just fighting with you.
Okay, cool, fun.
Wait, I was trying to finish something.
Oh, sorry. You didn't want her to use your platform, your megaphone.
Yeah. You're saying that makes your stance more reasonable. I was gonna say.
Wait, I didn't say that. You might have assumed I thought that, but no.
Well, no, I was assuming that because you said you went from 80 to 75%. So you're saying that lowered your.
Well, the 80 to 75%. Oh yeah, it was the. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it lowered it. That was a hit to your faith in me.
Now that you've explained it, I'll go from 75 up to like 77%. Okay.
Okay, I got 2% back.
Yeah, 2 points. Yeah.
Okay, so I think I understand people really well, really quickly, right?
Yes, okay. Lisbeth.
And you're saying
yes.
We could be friends for 10 years, and then it could turn out that I'm like a mass child murderer, and you'd be like, well, you live and you learn.
Depends on what kind of friend we've been, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we're going to have a problem. We're already having a problem.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Of increasing discrepancy between how well I think I know you and how well you think you know me. And I'm also, I think, a more trusting person than you in general. So how much I trust you versus how much you trust me, there's going to be a gap.
Trust is a fundamentally different thing than how well do I know your character, because there's very few things that I trust anybody with. So there's not like, if I trusted you 1,000,000% with everything in my life, more than anybody else, and I didn't trust you at all, period, like zero, there's very little difference in how I would treat you, because there's just not really much to trust anybody else with. Most of my private affairs are incredibly public, save for very, very, very few things, unless you wanted to like babysit Nathan or something. Like there's not very much like, yeah, that's just the kind of person. There's not much to trust you with. So whether
Mary, I think you were late. We watched the video in the beginning of a video with him and his girlfriend in it, and it was gross.
Whether or not I trust somebody is a fundamentally different question than, how do I judge that person's character to be? Yeah.
I guess maybe trust that I am representing myself to you in an accurate way.
Oh, so whether or not I believe you when you say things you tell
well, like,
me.
Do you feel like you can trust me to be me?
I don't believe anybody for that, no.
Right, and I do. So I think that there's a gap there. Obviously.
Oh, maybe. That's not unsolvable. That's just a personal. Melina has never lied to me in her entire life, and I don't even trust her when she tells me how she feels sometimes. Not because I think she's lying to me, but because I'm maxing her.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's a solvable problem.
Did you notice he said that? He goes, not that I don't believe her, but I'm maxing her. I'm telling you, he was throwing shade this entire fucking conversation. Destiny knows. Destiny deep down knows, but there's no proof of it. This is why for the longest time, I didn't cover this. But after that video, I couldn't be silent anymore. I couldn't be silent anymore.
Problem. I just want to point out that I think this has actually been happening ever since our first conversation.
Oh, so you're trying to control me and how I feel. Is that what you're doing right now, Max?
No, I'm just explaining that this could be something I get angry about on an ongoing basis. I'm not telling you have to do anything about it, or I'm not even saying it's a solvable problem. I'm just saying I think it's, and maybe I shouldn't have said problem, conflict.
Okay. That's fair.
I'm sure I'm not the first person that you've had this with, and you're not the first person I've had it with. You also seem to get betrayed by other streamers on a pretty regular basis.
Yeah.
That's the nature of the business.
I haven't had Stardust or Chud Logic stab me in the back. So.
Oh, God. Yeah, we know that.
Or you.
I won't. Stardust won't. I don't know about Chud Logic.
Why not?
I don't think Chud Logic would ever stab anybody in the back, but he might play some shit up for content, maybe.
I could see him doing that, but that's okay.
But Chud actually seems pretty cool. Stardust seems really cool too. Those people both seem pretty decent. I'll give them my temporary character seal of approval, but anything could be possible. Okay.
Right. And do I have your temporary character seal of approval?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say so. I'm being highly charitable to you in all of our conversations. Unbelievable.
Seal of approval with an asterisk.
That's why I said it's a temporary seal of approval. That's what Stardust and Chud got to, okay?
Yeah, but you mine also says a charitable seal of approval.
See?
Well, yeah, I do the same for Stardust and Chud Logic.
Oh, you think you're being highly charitable to them too?
I'm highly charitable to almost everybody. People don't think that for some reason because I fight with a lot of people, but like, I'll talk with anybody, hear anybody out for anything. But if they start attacking me, then we'll fight, you know?
Does it make you mad that I'm mad at you?
No, I think you have good reason to be. I think it's pretty insulting when you feel like you've been pretty vulnerable with somebody and you've shown a great deal of your character and the other person still has some reservation about you or thinks something that you think to be inconceivable of yourself. I think it's pretty normal to feel upset about that.
But are you mad?
No, I understand you.
You see
Why
this?
should I be upset about it? I think it's reasonable.
Well, I understand you too. I'm mad because I understand you.
Okay, well.
Yeah, it's gonna be left up, Mary. It may take a while to render though, because we've been live 4 hours now.
I'm getting a neon sign made for my new hotline show, my call-in show.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
How much is it costing you?
I think it's going to be $600.
Ooh, not bad. Okay.
I recommend it.
For my background?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the most exciting thing. Then I'll go back to working on this pedophile groomer research video.
Gotcha. Should be fun.
Yeah, I want to get some. I want to get an FBI agent on my stream somehow, or an ex-FBI agent. I want to interview an FBI agent.
Ooh, are you sure you want to do that? Oh God. Oh dear God. Oh dear God. With the crazy shit that comes out of his mouth, he wants to talk to an FBI agent? Seriously?
I've heard that for some divisions related to children, you're like, as part of your job, you have to watch a lot of really fucked up shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to find one of those people.
Well, if you ever tweet and looking for him, I'll give you a retweet, okay? It's part of my temporary character seal of approval. I'll amplify your voice, alright?
Alright.
He looks like a kid that doesn't want dad mad at him.
I'm going to mail you a Save Shaylin shirt.
Okay. Medium.
Yeah.
I'll have your CD and your tape on my shelf over there. They're like the only two things on my shelf, so feel special.
That's an honor. I do. I would like to add a Save Shaylin shirt to your collection. Do you want the black or the light blue? Just the black one.
What does the light blue one look like? Listen, I'm fashion challenged, so just do black. It goes with everything, okay?
Okay. Alright.
All good. Oh. I'm getting merch soon.
Okay.
You have to model some of it for me, okay? See, like 2 or 3 pictures. Okay, good.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Just let me know
Oh, it's no problem, Paige.
merch.
Gotcha. Sounds good. Anything else?
I will say I'm kind of glad you're watching this, though, because you're seeing what I saw after I watched that video. Because when I originally watched it through Destiny. And then he had a conversation, so I watched the conversation, and I was like, holy shit, I don't think he was fucking around in that video. I think it was real, because of how he talked to Destiny about it.
Erudites.
Should be fun.
Yeah.
Good faith conversation between two good faith people.
Yeah.
See? He just... Look, he gave him another dig. You see that? Oh my God. He is shading him so much in this conversation. It's fucking phenomenal.
I think that's it. Yeah.
All right. If there's anything, feel free to shoot me a DM. Of
Oh, you too.
course. Thanks for responding to me today.
My heart is always open.
Okay.
Well, I think he asked him, is he mad, one more time.
Well, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
You too.
Try not
Oh,
to be,
no, maybe not.
Too aggressive to anybody.
Okay.
Try not to be too
Too
charitable to
charitable.
anybody.
All right. Yeah, that's it. Because he
Yeah,
lets him
all right.
go there.
That'll be fun. Bye.
Love you too. Bye.
Oh, and MrGirl says, love you too. Bye. Oh, no problem, Organic. Actually, we're done now, so have a good night. Yeah, so MrGirl is, I personally believe he is a degen. Now, what kind of degen he is, I have no idea. There's no, like, concrete proof. And it's gross. And it's sickening. And, yeah. Yeah, Amber Chick, what a damn weirdo. Oh my God. 100%. 100%. He's gross, dude. And I'm sorry, after that video, I just couldn't, I held my mouth, I shut my mouth long enough about him. I had to say something. And this isn't going to be the only stream. There's, like I said, I got somebody that has stuff that they can show me. I don't know if they want to be named or not. If they do want to be named, when I go over that stuff, I will definitely name them and, you know, source them for doing that. There's old videos. I know a video on Vimeo. There's an old video on Vimeo that, the rape video about him and consent. There's a video somewhere, about him being physically abusive until he was 30 or something like that. And then there's articles he's written. There's a whole bunch of shit, dude. And everybody knows about this shit. And I just don't. The right people are not talking about this. That's all I'm going to say. The right people are not talking about this. And I just felt like, you know, I'm seeing who's talking about it. And I'm like, you know what? I'm sorry. I think a grown-ass woman who has been around people like this needs to talk about it. And even if only a certain amount of people watch it, that's fine. I'm okay with that. But I don't have a reach, you know? But I can only tell you what I think. Yep, me too, Amber Chick. I believe he's awful too. So, I think MrGirl's a piece of shit. So, Paige, I will message you on Discord with the link of where you can download the video. You just gotta give me time to download that video, and then I will send you the link on Discord. So. Yeah, he really is. He really is. He's a gross. I'm sorry, ain't not enough people are talking about him, so we gotta do our thing over here at Xylie Gets Real. Yeah, no? But this is the same dude that got in trouble when he was in college because he said that you have to sympathize with the Virginia Tech shooter. And he got arrested for that. And I don't know the full story, so I don't want to say exactly what happened because I don't know exactly what happened, but I know he got arrested over it. Like I said, he has a video about consent and rape, which was disturbing. He also had a video about physical abuse that he's done on past relationships that was disturbing, you know. There's a lot of shit on this dude. A lot of shit on this dude. Now, Kimberly Roddy Mom. You know what? That's a good question. Do you think he says stuff for shock value? I'm trying to work in my head. Yeah, and a lot of people didn't. Paige, a lot of people didn't. But he got boosted again because of what happened with him and Vosh. Vosh kicked his ass out of the call because he brought up a 12-year-old's panties. Vosh kicked him out of the call. Well, Destiny can't stand Vosh. So what Destiny did was give MrGirl a platform to talk to him, which is fine. You don't like Vosh or whatever. I'm not one of those that you can't talk to someone with opposing opinions. I don't get mad at people who talk to bad people to try to get where they're thinking. I don't get mad at stuff like that. But he ended up giving MrGirl a platform, and they talked and stuff like that. And then Stardust, because she got a lot of shit at first about MrGirl. And then before you know it, he got kicked off of Twitch, and now he's here on YouTube. I often wonder if sometimes I wonder if the kid stuff is the shock value, because who in their right mind would say that these 11-year-olds were hot? Okay? Who would do that? Sometimes I think he says the kid shit for shock value to hide his hatred for women. So you'll pay attention to that, but it's got to be a troll, because there's no way somebody would say that online, as people think. But I think the real problem with him is that he hates women. And yeah, Rigby, I do agree. I think he gets off on trying to shock and make people uncomfortable. 100%. Yes. Even if he does, plenty of people who listen to him won't, and they'll nod along in agreement. 100%, Amanda. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely. So I don't know, but then again, that's just a theory. I don't know exactly. The only thing I can tell you is, just by the way he acts, he seems like the quintessential meme of a woman hater. Honestly. Just like somebody said in the chat, he's an incel that got a girl. And that's exactly what he acts like. Voss sucks, but he's not going to let some guy talk about preteens' underwear in the street. Yeah, like, I can understand people don't like Voss. But I'm sorry, I think Voss treated MrGirl exactly the way he should have been treated. Voss was like, oh no, the fuck you're not. Click. Yeah, he does have heavy incel energy. He does. He really does. He really does. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to let y'all go. I will be putting chapters up. I will have the link to both these videos down below. Thank y'all for staying with me for a little over 4 hours. This was a damn stream. But yeah, there's going to be more MrGirl streams. But I want to do it more professionally, in the sense of I actually want to grab clips from videos. And of course, I'll still link the videos down below, because y'all know how I am. I always link my sources. But I want to put something together where I have links of examples of why I think he is the way he is. And then there might be another stream where I get there's like a 30-some page article that he wrote or something. So there's a bunch of shit. So, but yeah, y'all take care of yourselves out there, and remember, keep it real.
Cruising in my lane fast, call it high speed. I've been working hard, yeah, I've been working nightly. If you think you'll win, not fucking likely. I be taking shots, yeah, cold-blooded, icy. Watching numbers grow is what I call sightseeing. In the front row, run it up when they hype me. The following grows, they know how to ignite me. Call me CEO, I've been running shit right, see. And I ain't playing games, I create my own lane, making pleasure out of pain, turning losses into gains. I'm the boss, I'm making change. I've been rocking this exchange, Popping off and risking things, gonna make a fucking name. I just wanna be famous, but I don't want that cheap fame. No, I'm not that vain. I just wanna be greatness. 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 Ain't no motherfucker in this world can do it like me. Open up your eyes and insert a little rising. You don't have to love me, you don't have to like me. Got enough love in myself and my psyche. You should have the same in your brain nightly. If you wanna taste bitch, you can fucking try me. If you wanna hate bitch, you know where to find me. And if you go and hate this, you can fucking bite me. Okay, I'm going off every chance I get. I don't really take a loss, well, I'll admit. That's why I'll make it to the top, yeah, I commit. And no, I'm never getting lost, I get after it. Investing in my own stock, cause it's faster than any crypto hits go, let me spend. Everything that you see is something I invent, and it's only a percent. I'm gonna take shots, if I miss all, forget it. I'll take a fat loss just to learn all that's in it. I'm taking snapshots, learning how to fall and get it. I'm getting back up, always stand tall, don't sweat it. I never back up, I don't miss a thing or regret it. I'm always learning, you could call me academic. I'm always working, never been apathetic. Bad energy is like a poison, needs some antiseptic. Ain't no motherfucker